Let's call this meeting to order at 6:01.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Where did that take it?
Clerk Flintoff, please call the roll.
Carrie,
Present.
Gapel,
Present.
Flintoff, present, Grant, here, Noel,
Here.
Reed,
Here.
Reiser,
Here.
all present, also here, Township Attorney Mariah Fink.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Adoption of the agenda. We have a couple of additions here. This is check run. 14, payment to Cunningham Lim for services performed on the Fire Station 2 project. Pay 15, approval of an employment agreement between the township and Nathaniel Clark. Pay 16, to set board priorities and delegation of a negotiation team for the TPOAM union contract. Are there any other additions proposed? Oh, for consent? Proposed.
Yes, thank you. I would like to.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
no, that's okay. I just want to make sure. I can't. It was up to you. That's okay.
Actually, I'm going to wait until Kathy knows both her hands up.
Well, okay. I propose that we pull K5, the data center ordinance. I attended with Bob Hyde a seminar on Thursday at the University of Michigan related to data centers. I have additional information that they suggested be included in an ordinance. I've talked to Laura and she had already put this on the agenda. So now I have to pull it if we're going to pull it. And it won't go on consent when we bring it back in 2 weeks. It would go on as possible action. And I think it's going to need discussion.
Okay.
So you want to table it? I want to
Remove it from the agenda.
remove it,
Yeah.
pull it from the agenda, and it will come back as new business in 2 weeks.
Which one is that?
That's K5. In 2 weeks for new business. Yes. Okay. Any other proposed? Oh, sorry, Trustee Reiser.
I would like to put the 01, which is new business, township engineering standards. I would move that to consent under whatever we're up to in consent with K17. And then I would like to the possible selection of consultant for workplace cultural assessment. I would like to move that to unfinished business, since we had this on our agenda a few times before. So I would like 07 to be under unfinished business. And I think that Seed Road Pathway is also a recurring item that should be better placed unfinished business given its frequency of discussion.
Okay. Is there support for that?
When are we going to discuss whether or not we want to have it, a new item that we just learned about this afternoon, put on the consent agenda? Because I want to propose, in fact, that K16 is not put on consent, but put on for discussion.
Discussion under new business.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, are they different than what they have? Or okay. Okay.
We have that.
Yeah. Let's go back. So 01, approve the updates to township engineering standards under consent. After K16, it would still stay 01.
Zero to,
Oh, yeah. 0 to unfinished business?
Right.
07 culture.
So you requested 07 first. Did you want that before 02?
Well,
Doesn't matter.
to the extent that, we're going to need input from either Chris Chang or Murphy, maybe put the things where we have people to speak on sooner.
So 02 first.
Yes, please. 02, then 07.
Okay. And 07. Please, as a reminder, everyone, turn your phones off, and according to our rules of order, no texting. Thank you.
Of my sister, I'm the honor.
Oh, I thought you were calling me sister.
My apologies for the ring. I'll apologize to her later.
Okay, 07 is what, unfinished, okay. Okay, trustee Reed.
Well, all due respect to trustee Reiser, I was going to ask to move Zebro to consent. I think we've talked about Zebro now for 10 years, and I don't know that there's much to talk about. So I would think, but if the
I'd be okay with it unless there's somebody that wants individual discussion.
oh, what do you say about budget?
I just have a very small tweak to the motion that I let Chris know, but to get it through, but with the proper language.
Okay,
Well,
all right.
that
Well-
happened pretty quickly and we finished that.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Sorry.
All right, one more. I'd like to take renewable energy, K4, off of the consent and put it into, whether you want to put it into new business or unfinished business. I have some serious concerns about that.
I believe that would be, new business.
New
or-
business?
Yeah, because we haven't talked about it yet, right?
No, we haven't. I hope we'll never.
I'm sorry, that was, which one again? Or,
But I do have a question in general about the agenda.
okay.
What happened to the official cutoff date and time? We got two additional.
Please. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I mean, we got the new or the additional communication this morning around 11 o'clock, but then we got two, actually now three more agenda items after close of business today. And I'm just wondering, we have a cutoff, we have a cutoff date, we have a cutoff time, which is what, Wednesday?
Yeah.
Here we are, it's Tuesday, a week later, almost a week later, and we're still getting stuff. So I'm just wondering, do we not have a cutoff?
We don't have to accept that. I mean, I would say the two that were added, the contract, the board was aware that was coming, I believe. But we don't have to consider it. We don't have to approve the contract in the thing. No, I think we should. We also don't have to respond to the T3OAM's request for a negotiating team, but I think we should. I mean, those are things that are different. So, and then the payment on Cunningham Limb is something that Christie has proposed we have standing because those do come in at the last minute.
So you almost have an open item, the last consent agenda item, and then we just add the number in or take it off. Okay.
Yeah, and David, according to our rules of order, 1.1, that you're right, the timely the received by 4 p.m. on Monday, the week before, but it does say designee will have the sole discretion to determine if an item is complete. Well, okay, and the submissions received after this deadline will not be placed on the next regular meeting agenda unless the designee determines that inclusion is absolutely necessary.
Okay.
Well, that does raise an issue. Is the, was it K17? Is that absolutely necessary? Do we even need that on the agenda then tonight? Because the one about the union,
No, you said you didn't.
and I'm wondering if,
I don't, no, that's K16.
oh, I'm sorry, 16. Okay, then it's 16.
Okay, it's okay. I was looking for 17. Okay.
Does that need to be on the agenda? Is there some time urgency to that, or can it be removed? Because we have a packed agenda here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, one part of the potential model motion would just be to call a special meeting. I just think I feel like it's more responsive to move forward, but we can sit on it. I just don't want to slow things down for the union efforts.
We have a special meeting coming up next week. We could add this to that agenda.
Uh, is there any action right now? Is there anything scheduled? Do you know? I don't. No, for this, K-16. Oh. Is
I
there,
haven't even read it. I just got it today in the afternoon.
okay,
Yeah, my understanding is, what she said, was, recommending that, as we do with the fire union, we have a special meeting or 2 or 3, figure out priorities and designate a team. But, we doing nothing is always an option.
well, okay. Also, yeah, I thought we said, operations director, not manager. So this is, let's hold on to this until next,
Operations director.
Sorry. But again,
Person.
if you don't want to talk about it, and we shouldn't be talking about it.
what would you like? Would you like to
Pull it.
Okay, so we go for the special meeting or the work session special meeting on May 19th.
My one concern about that is this would be something I think it'd be important to have our employment attorney available for.
But we don't have one, do we?
Bill Thacker.
Is he here tonight?
No. What I'm saying is for any substantive, like closed session discussion, we would want our employment attorney.
That's fine. We can invite him if you want to for the next meeting.
Okay. I doubt he'll be available. Late notice.
Well,
like
then
that.
are you proposing we check his availability and then schedule this item on the agenda?
Yes, this item.
Let's,
Just is to call for a special meeting when he's available.
we don't even know when that is. We don't have his availability dates.
Correct.
Well,
It was the third of Christie as we've done. Before.
Let's hold off on this until next week because
Okay,
we're trying to figure things out here for this agenda item. We need to get on with our agenda.
that's fine. I'll just say, I don't want to hold things up for you.
let's,
They want to
Agreed.
engage with somebody, and I'd like
that's fine. We've already made the decision to pull it, Jessica.
Okay. Okay, it's okay. Okay.
I
Call, come on.
we
Please.
haven't made any decisions on the agenda.
We have. Treasurer Yeaple, do you have your hand up?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
please do this so I can see
Yep.
you better.
I'd like to pull 05.
Okay. And we need to move 04 or K4, I'm sorry, K4 after. Do I have this in the right order?
06.
you have K4 at the end of the business.
Okay, so K16, okay, and then I'm sorry, Trustee Reed, that was K4 for the renewable. Okay,
Renewable energy.
okay. And pull 05. So let's just go through this again.
And I had one.
Oh, you
more.
have one more? Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to, given that K7 and 04 are related, I'd ask that we move K7 with 04 and just consider them together.
That makes sense. I would support them.
Then I'm going to place K7 before K04 because that was how the order was in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay, so pull that one. That's on new business. Okay. All right, just to be clear for everyone, K4 is moved to new business. K5 is pulled and we'll come back in 2 weeks under new business. K7 is moved to before 04. Then after K13, we have K14, K15, K16 will be discussed later at the May 19th meeting. And I guess there's some discussion with others that has to happen, township attorney or employment attorney. Also, after K15 is 01, which is township engineering standards. After that, we have unfinished business. We begin with 02 and 07. Under new business, we have, that went, 01 went to consent. 02 went to unfinished, and we're pulling 05.
Yes.
Is that coming back sometime, or you're just pulling it all together?
Being pulled at the moment.
Okay, at the moment. And then, 07 has been unfinished business. K4 is after 06. Is that correct, everyone?
That's the way I understand it.
Okay, great. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
Support.
Okay, you two.
You can go to Reed.
All
Riser
in
and
favor?
Reed.
Pardon me?
Riser and Reed.
Yep, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay. Well, hopefully. All right, declaration of conflict, anyone? No, moving on. Correspondence is received. And there was more that were included today, correct?
Yeah, everything
Okay.
the board had received on email.
No special topics, and the next thing is public comment. This is the time for the members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. We begin with anyone present first. Please come up to the table and is it on? Oh, hold on.
Before we start, Jessica, could you check Zoom? They were having trouble last night at the Zoom meeting, at the planning commission meeting with Zoom.
Yeah.
Commissioners.
He resolved it today.
Good.
Yeah, he had CPC come in and fix it.
Oh,
I don't think this is charged.
Okay, we can use a cell phone.
Oh, and also I noticed on the website, the live stream link is not there,
Currently it's not?
at least earlier today.
Yeah, it's, I'll check. Sure. It's typically not, it typically doesn't show until the meeting starts.
It's on there.
It's on.
Oh, good.
Okay, great, yeah, that's just how it works.
Okay, I need to stop.
Time's up, Rob.
Okay, we'll try this. I'm not. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
congratulations, Kathleen. Got good. At the last board meeting, you interrupted proceedings 4 times to make sure the board could not have questions answered or clarification of a public comment. You made it clear you think it's more important. No interaction with presidents than the back and forth you assured us was what you stood for when we elected you. You know who else felt that way? Remember when he used to do that to you? Remember when he used to be one of the most vocal presidents of meetings? Remember when you said you couldn't wait to get into office so we could have a more honest and open board? Why then the hypocritical transformation into Hathaway 2.0? Why the hypocrisy and the contempt for employees and residents both? Why the support for a stonewalled FOIA response from the clerk when you were the one who sued the township 4 years ago exactly because of FOIA issues? Again, why the hypocrisy? Yes, I was annoyed at your final public comments are over statement, interrupting David's question to me. So I said, thank you, Will Hathaway. Yes, after thanking David for responding to my public comments, I walked past you and said, you have changed so much. Yes, I could not be more disappointed in you and your hypocrisy, and I said something about it. I'm curious, why would you follow me out to the foyer where no one could hear and say to me, your Ozempic is really working? Why the insult that I would be using an extremely expensive drug, especially since you, of all people, know what I went through? You know I had surgery, and you know exactly the impact of the kind of surgery I had. And you know all this because we were very good friends, and you helped me so much during recovery. And you know, I have been in pulmonary rehab trying to recover. After that, what would drive you to use the Ozempic slur? And before you say I misunderstood your insult, the sneer on your face while you said it confirmed your intent. I then decided the board needed to know about this in real time. So as they were walking to closed session, I spoke very loudly so everyone could hear me since they were spread out in the hallway. I said, I've been in pulmonary rehab for 8 months, and Kathleen just said to me, your Ozempic is really working. I just want this board to know the quality of the trustee you're working with. Quote. Yes, it was loud so they could hear me at a distance. So how are you going to expend this exchange of insults? Are you going to treat me the way you treat Jillian and exaggerate the event? For a while, you were my hero. Next time, please have the courage to call me fat. 05, Jessica and I recommended direct supervisor of the department. I assume they intended Christie and allow someone to be admitted to a closed session. This is a direct response to Jessica's attempt to exclude Murphy from the last board meeting closed session. Murphy sat through a 5-hour board meeting and then they try and exclude her from a discussion of an item she's involved in. This looks like retaliation. Tonight, the board has a workplace violence item on the agenda. Why is it you can get an item in the agenda that I predict will be used to target Jillian, yet you refuse to act on getting a third-party investigation into a hostile and toxic work environment? The fact that 11 people have quit, 14 people put their careers on the line, signing a letter asking for to get help. Employees having to unionize to protect themselves from township leadership should have been treated as an emergency and acted on months ago. I suggest adding the following investigations to the third-party investigation. 1, Jessica's FOIA's failures. 2, Kathleen's blow-up at OHM that damaged our relationship with the township engineer consultant. 3, Ryan boasting he had the votes to fire Nikki. 4, Mary hissing and coughing at public comments, showing she's willing to interfere with public comments. 5, Aurora refusing to give Kathy the salary information she asked for. Are the people who have been writing up people for the past year immune to getting written up? 6, Mary writing to the board predicting somebody is going to be violent based on hearsay. 7, Mary publishing false information in the newsletter, telling residents we have $600,000 in funding we don't have and are highly unlikely to get. The forensic audit, David Rowley said, if you weren't such an affluent township, you'd already be bankrupt. Please add the forensic audit to the next work session. We definitely need to call the money and find out what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present? Please.
My name is Mark Altamari, Scio resident and current candidate for trustee in the election in August. Before I get started, I was going to talk about K7 and 04, but I got to give a shout out to Trustee Reed. After watching the approval of agenda this evening, there has to be a better way to do it. And I think setting a deadline that's more reasonable rather than so many days in front of the meeting. Set a closer deadline and then stick to it. Things will work a lot better, I promise you. I recommend you approve. So here I go. I recommend you approve item K7 and not approve 04. The board has developed a reputation of dragging its feet on many important issues. For example, continuous delay in finding the third-party consultant for a workplace culture assessment, delays in finding, offering, and now onboarding a director of operations, delays in hiring a director of utilities despite having a fully qualified replacement already on staff, and now a more than 2-month delay in finding a replacement for Treasurer Naples on the last award. I urge you to approve 04. Appoint Dave Fisher to serve on the Lockwood board. He is a Scio resident and a Lock Alpine resident. He wants to do it. He has support from both Supervisor Carey and a Scio resident who is on the LASA board. His additional qualifications are, in my opinion, very strong. To wit, he has a BSc in environmental engineering from the University of Michigan, which was, by the way, voted the #1 public university in the country. He is a published author of environmental sampling and cleanup with experience in market research. He has IT experience in strategy, infrastructure planning. He holds patents on various environmental inventions. You've seen his resume. I won't go on. I will admit I don't know him myself, but on paper, this is a no-brainer. In my opinion, you could look for a long time and still not find a better fit than this, and there's no offense to Trustee Reed. You vote tonight and it's done. Move on. I know you can do it. You didn't need a long period of time to debate the end of the Downtown Development Authority, even though the DDA requested time for review and discussion. Now you just put it on the agenda, took a vote, and terminated them that night. That brings us to new business, item 04. Part A, appoint current trustee David Reed. This would also be a vote tonight and be done with the action, so that's a good thing, but I'll come back to that in a minute. Part B, start an open search seeking out other Scio Lockout Pine residents that may want to apply for the position. I don't know if this could be accomplished in the time frame allowed, but let's assume that this is proposed for the sake of fairness. I could debate if fairness is even required in this situation, but if you want to go there, then go ahead and extend the process. After 8 weeks, what's another 2 weeks? However, do you really think you will find any other candidates as qualified as Dave or David? I doubt it. I think the probability is very high that you will end up right where we are now, only 2 weeks down the road. Now, if there are merits to appointing another Scio trustee on the LASA board, as pointed out in the motion, why Trustee Reed and not another trustee? I find something curious about this. Perhaps Clerk Flintoff will explain it to me in her response in public comment. The thing I find curious is that the LASA appointment is to fill a term through November 2028, more than 2 years from now. And yet Clerk Flintoff has endorsed a trustee candidate to replace David Reed on this board in 6 months. If Clerk Flintoff's candidate is elected, in November, we will then no longer have a Scio trustee on the LASA board. So maybe there's not that much merit to consider trustee as a pre-qualification. Or if the clerk's candidate is elected, will Trustee Reed be required to leave the LASA board for some procedural reason? So why not just appoint another trustee? They would be serving consecutive terms without any potential interruption. And I don't know, maybe it's as simple as no one else wants to do it. Or is there another game in play here? I don't want to insinuate anything, but it is easy to think of a scenario where you appoint Trustee Reed now, Clerk Flintoff's trustee candidate wins the primary in 3 months, and then gets on the Scio board and the LASA board in 6 months. Is that what's happening? I don't know. Maybe I'm watching too many episodes of Slow Horses. I hope Clerk Flintoff and Trustee Reed will take the opportunity to clarify it for me. But better yet, simply skip all of the discussion, appoint Dave Fisher by vote or by consent. Do it tonight. Accomplish something tonight. It makes sense. Take the easy win and move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Well done.
Yep.
I even got my extra bit in there.
Anyone else present would like to speak? Please come to the table.
Go on. Your front row, go.
Hello, my name is Andre Dorney. I'm from Scio Township and I am on the Lockout Pine Sanitary Authority Board. I sit in support of Dave Fisher being on the LASA board in replacement of Ryan Yapel. He would be a great member. He's been on the operations committee for years and he is thoughtful and would be a very good member on the board. Thank you for your time. And have a good evening.
Thanks, Andrea.
Evening. Renee Klubeck, Scio Township. I'm fine. I hate the cottonwood trees. Please forgive my hoarse voice. I just wanted to say quickly that it gets very complex as a resident to try and follow what's happening in our community. And I'm passionate about it and I'm trying really hard. And I hear from a lot of residents. An example is just what we talked about finding the agenda online ahead of time, various things. What I want to say is there's a couple of people on the board that have taken time to talk with me one-on-one, which is really helpful at times. And I just want to say, rather than being afraid of what we have to say, whether it's what you think or what you don't think, we are here. We're trying to find the better way. We want it to happen too. So I know those of you know who've taken the time to talk with me one-on-one about my concerns. I'd just like to say thank you. And again, like I say, I think that the more you expose is a bad word, involve the community in what you're doing, the more we can hope to bring more people here. There are still people telling me, I'm moving to Pittsfield. I don't want to be in the middle of the mess at Scio. And I'm still preaching out there the same way I did when I ran all your posters on David's in my yard. So thank you for those of you who take the time to talk to us one-on-one. I know it's a lot to ask. Sometimes it really helps and we can provide the message better. And I hope that everyone understands, no matter what's said at this table, either way, we're all here in Scio and trying to get a working township. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ray.
Hi, Pat.
Good evening, Pat Stein. Scio Township resident for a long time. Apologize for the voice. Is this working?
No.
Great.
Is it-
A lot of different terminology has been used recently to downplay unacceptable off-the-rails behavior toward a staff member. One of the terms that I found most outrageous and is used repeatedly by those defending bad behavior is the term, it was a one-off. According to Merriam-Webster, a one-off is something occurring only once and not a repeated event. Was the bad behavior during the incident on April 22nd really just a one-off? What about the incident prior to that? Was that also just a one-off? How many one-offs is an offender allowed? The point I'm trying to make is bad behavior is unacceptable. There are a few of us in this room who have been either witnesses or on the receiving end of anger and out of control screaming. And threatening behavior appears to be escalating. Knowing all this, what possible objections could any of us have for not supporting a policy to prevent violence in the workplace? We need to get our heads on straight and take this matter seriously. Support this policy. It is good for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Anyone else present would like to?
Marsha Haddock, Scio Township resident.
Hi, Marsha.
I'm just wondering if board members realize what an interim position is in light of a vacant position. The board has had numerous vacancies, with staff being asked to perform additional duties without additional pay nor titles for varying lengths of time, sometimes quite long. In the current utilities case, there was a willing, qualified, certified person to fill the position until the job could be posted and filled, which is never a quick process here. But the board would not approve Mike Blackburn, and now residents will again have to pay for outside consultants to fill the position until they can find somebody to hire. I also certainly hope complete funding of the AATA bus Route 30 is approved tonight. The board will then have a year to come up with more stable, sustainable funding. This service is just too important to too many residents and to the environment to be subject to lapses due to poor planning. And Ryan, I wondered from you, has there been any response to your efforts to contact the Washtenaw entities about Scio being gifted funds returned to the entities due to the DDA dissolution? Dave Fisher sounds like a highly qualified candidate to fill the loss of board vacancy. The law says Scio may appoint a qualified elector, board member, or resident to serve the remainder of a term. Why is it that when it's a person Jessica favors, like David Reed, no offense intended, David, for the vacant trustee position, it's a fast approval without voter input. But now that Dave Fisher may not be her choice, she once again wants to delay the decision. It seems that any person who might be interested in the position has had several months already to inquire about it. And with the month-long delay already to fill it, action is needed now. A clarification is needed on K3. The resolution, it's the one about revision of township credit card request form. And the resolution states that the only change is the title of the form, when in fact the wording in the body of form has changed as well. I went back and looked at what was there last summer. The proposed change has to do with what happens if a township credit card is misused and whether those funds will be withdrawn from employee paychecks or if the card can just be taken away from the employee. And I don't know what the impact of taking away a credit card has on the ability for an employee to do their job, but can imagine it could be a hardship or even worse. I'm only pointing this out that it's not honest to state that only the title of the form is being changed in this resolution, and that's another transparency issue. The whole alleged incident and details involving Jillian and Christy should not be up for public comment until both parties have stated their views, and then only if it's still an issue. Jillian did state her views of what happened, but we haven't heard from Christy yet. And Christy may be in a difficult position under competing interests, which is yet another example of workplace dysfunction. In any case, escalating an argument to workplace violence is greatly exaggerated and does a great disservice to the entire workplace. I agree that there should be a review of what might meet the law requiring a policy, if there is in fact none so far, but a hastily assembled policy in response to this argument is not the way to do it. This is exactly the same pattern as the hastily passed code of conduct policy passed a few months ago, again in response to a specific situation. Again, if the board would hire an outside consultant to address Scio's increasing dysfunction, a possible violence policy could also be written by more qualified experts. With all these repeating issues taking up enormous amounts of time, residents are not getting what they voted for. This needs to be addressed and soon, so the business of the township can be the focus. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present would like to speak? Hi, Andrea.
Andrea, I'm the Secretary of Township. I initially had a prepared speech, but I'm not gonna go from that. I just want to say something real quick. I've been here for 27 years, 6 months, and 29 days. I never once felt threatened to come to work. I never once was threatened by anybody. Sometimes I think the issues that we have around here are basically from saying mountains, molehills, mountains made out of molehills. Some of the issues that we have, I think somebody in authority, you guys are the ultimate authority in the township. Someone needs to stand up and say enough of all this, I'll say it politely, garbage needs to stop around here. Yes, some issues are important. Yes, they need to be addressed. But a lot of these things do not need to be talked about in a public forum. Our elected officials do not need to be targeted by the public. A lot of things that are written, a lot of things that are said, you hear gossip, you hear rumors that are going around. It has to stop. I mean, it's affecting me. I know personally, it's affected our staff members. We have to stop. And the board, being the authority of the township, has to put a kibosh. And that's basically all I just wanted to say right now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
And anyone else present would like to come up to the table? No? Okay. On top, anybody online?
Sir, if you'd like to speak, please raise your Zoom hand. First up is Tracy B, followed by Paula Gloverson. Tracy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Tracy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, I'm having trouble hearing you, Tracy.
Okay, now?
What's that at the bottom? Is she talking? It's coming.
It looks like she's talking.
So it's picking up.
That's the problem we were having.
So it's picking up her words on the bottom, but the
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
No, I'm going to stop the timer until she.
I'm
come back to you.
Can
try Paula?
Okay, Paula.
Paula,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I have something very positive to say.
That's
and
Yes, I have something very positive to say.
yes, and it's
That's
going to
very
be that the
positive.
boulevard.
So it's like closed captioning her.
Yeah.
Paula,
Can you hear me?
hear you too.
I unmuted. I'll try again.
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Just one moment here.
Well, even if you can only read the captions, it's fine. I drove down the boulevard. Okay.
Last time, closed Zoom and reopened it.
Yeah.
And then it hesitated before it could hear me.
Just, you know what, hang tight real quick, Rob, because they typed up the instructions for me. I just
Okay.
wanna
Okay.
read them real quick. Thank you.
Apologies.
No, okay, I just trying to make sure it's all set up right.
Was keyboard? Oh, here.
Zoom it over.
Let's try this again. Paula, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you. Yeah, so
All right, we are gonna start with Paula and go back to Tracy. Paula, you're on.
yeah. The positive statement is I had to go down Jackson Boulevard a couple times today, and it looks fantastic. All the doom and gloom about how the trash without the DDA was going to look terrible. The company that's doing it, I actually saw them a couple days ago picking up the trash before they mowed, and they're doing a wonderful job. So kudos to whoever arranged that company. And it looks better than I've ever seen it. And then the other thing I want to say is I don't think Kathleen Brandt has ever changed. I personally still support her, and at the Planning Commission last night, I think everybody should watch that Planning Commission that's on the Board of Trustees, because it has to do with heritage woods and all the issues that occurred from, I remember sitting through all the different issues with on-site sewer system, all the problems now with the Quick Trip. And I'm sure Ms. Fink will be looking at the agreement for use of that boulevard. But, you know, that was a very poor decision of the last board, how that was done for the Spicers and for the traffic in that area. So that'll be interesting how that works out. But the boulevard does look fabulous. And then I also want to say, when I read the things that people are writing into the township, when certain board members are replying in their, I think it's inappropriate to state people's living arrangements. And I have felt for a long time that personal issues should be kept personal. They don't have anything to do with the board. And I thought that was very snarky. And I think people know what I'm talking about if they read the letters from the supervisor. Anyway, that's my public comment. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Paula. Next up is Tracy, followed by Reed. Next up is Tracy D.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Hi, Tracy.
Yep. Hi. Thanks a lot. I watch these meetings live via Zoom. When I can't catch them, I watch them on YouTube. So thank you for both the Zoom and the YouTube. I also think it's really important to say I really appreciate all of the citizens who show up and ask questions and who are knowledgeable and care about what's going on. Just as I want to thank the board members, public service is not easy. What brings me here tonight is just to say over the last several months, it's just been really a crescendo of disappointment and surprise, and not in a good way, at the way the board has been conducting business or not conducting business. A couple of recent instances, I think it was the last meeting or the one before, where certain people were due a raise and it was delayed. And that was my understanding, is because the board didn't come to agreement on the budget at the time that it was expected for the raises to become effective. And rather than own that, the HR office proposed, well, let's just give everybody a day off. So in essence, asking me and other taxpayers to pay everybody, even those who didn't miss one pay period's worth of a raise, to pay that. And that was just kind of a silly thing to do, I thought. And a lot of time was spent on that, which could have been better spent, in my opinion, saying, we own that. That was our problem. We'll do better next time. A similar incident is the issue of the number 30 bus. Regardless of whether the DDA was dissolved or not, this one should be a no-brainer. And this is something that I think the board should just sharpen its pencils and find a way and approve it sooner rather than later, before it creates more agita among a lot of the people in the township. The other thing I've noticed is there's an increase in tabling, postponing, or disappearing agenda items, things that just take longer or never get done. Hiring, temporary promotions, the processing of FOIAs, the issue of the workplace culture, management consultants. It's really frustrating and disappointing for those of us who make the time and the effort to listen and try to understand, to see things constantly being dragged and dragged and dragged. And I think the reason for a lot of that is the tension and sometimes bickering among the board members. And that's especially disappointing. And it's a concern. And the actions or inactions of the board have now caused a division between the members of the public who are the most active, the most knowledgeable, and the most supportive of what the board's mission is. And that's a really unfortunate side effect of the way things have been going the last few months. So I guess I would just like to take my time to end by saying, I hope each of you really, really just think quietly and deeply about why you wanted to be elected to these positions in the first place. And I'm presuming it was to do good public service and to show the people of Scio that you can do better than the last board, because clearly there were grumbles and people who were not satisfied, myself included, with the last board. And I had, and still have high hopes that this board can come together and do really great things to lead Scio through our future and our growth. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Tracy.
Next up is Devin Judge Board. Hi, Devin.
Hi.
Oh, hello. This is Devin, and with me we have Christina and Eliane.
And actually, Eliane, our 3-year-old, wrote a public comment and asked us to read it. So we just want to read that. Is it okay if I read your comment?
Yeah. That's awesome.
So it says, my name is Eliane. I think it's a good idea to pay for the 30 bus and the wave bus. The wave bus drives to the township meetings. The 30 bus goes from my home to my school.
Do you want me to finish reading it? The 30 bus goes from my home to my school, and it also goes to the museum where there's dinosaur bones. Anything else you want to say, Chickadee? Nope, that's it.
Thank you. That's the best reason I've heard yet.
Any
Thank
other
you.
people interested in speaking? Please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, seeing none. Jillian?
Oh. Okay, well, thank
Julian?
you, everyone. Oh, board response. Could we, well, let's, Kathleen Brandt, would you like to begin, or should I begin with Trustee Reed?
Sure. In no way, form, fashion would I want to be on the LASA board.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Reed, usually sit down.
Riser.
Yes, Riser. Sorry.
No, I passed.
Trustee Noel.
Yes, I have a few comments. So I want to respond to several things. At our last board meeting 2 weeks ago, my agenda item regarding the appointment of Michael Blackburn to the interim utility director position was abruptly pulled. 4 board members voted to remove it from the agenda, despite the fact that they were all well aware that I'd placed the item and all supporting materials on the agenda in a timely manner, in accordance with our adopted rules of order. Standard practice had been that any board member could place an item on the agenda as long as it was done in a manner consistent with our rules. There had been no advance notice to me about the plan to pull it at the last minute. Michael Blackburn, our employee, was in attendance. The public had a right to know the decision and how the board got there. The public and employees were deprived of hearing the back and forth discussion and deliberation of board members on the issues related to a possible interim appointment that might have occurred. It did not occur. The public, some board members and employees were not treated in a respectful manner by the 4 board members. This contributes to a lack of trust and is detrimental to the overall functioning of the township. We heard reference to a deterioration in the functioning of the township tonight by several public commenters. Remember years ago when Will Hathaway was supervisor and he added an agenda item during a meeting naming Jim Murdy as an interim manager? Many of you might remember that. No discussion or deliberation occurred. A vote was taken, and the supervisor's slate voted in favor of appointing Jim Murdy. Jessica, you were absent, yet you were also very upset. Remember? Rob spoke about hypocrisy earlier. Here is another glaring example of hypocrisy. Thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer April.
Thank you. Marcia, thank you for letting me know. I missed that when I reviewed the agenda. That's the entirely wrong form. That is the form from last year where either internally or externally we discussed, and after legal counsel's feedback, that form was to be removed. So I attached the wrong form. That was my error. So I'm going to ask that we pull K3 in just a moment. But I'm going to have myself and 2 other staff members review it to make sure I attach the correct form next time when I bring this back in 2 weeks. It's the incorrect form.
No, the other one said something about being personally liable for any.
That's what I saw in the online copy.
That's what I have.
Did someone change the form I had?
That wasn't in the form that I reviewed. Yeah, I didn't see it. I was looking correct.
The one that's in.
Well, when I was looking in Granicus, I didn't, because I was looking for that name. Brian, what are you looking at?
Well, maybe I'm wrong. I swore something else just loaded, so that's really interesting.
It's the updated version.
That is the updated version.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. It loaded something else for me. Maybe there was an old copy.
Yeah, because the one from 715.
Correct.
Had the
I saw the old copy, and that's really weird. Okay, I'm
talking about here.
Yeah, no, I got the actual copy just load, so never mind. I'm finished. Thanks.
Good with this?
I'm good with that. Yep.
Okay.
Thoroughly confused myself, but sorry.
Well.
Just to clarify, this, the one that you're looking at tonight.
Correct.
Says if the card is misused, the card may be deactivated.
Correct.
But there's no, the employee doesn't have to pay back.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
That was the old version from last year. Was that they had to pay?
Correct.
Taken out of their pay.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep. That's not proposed. That was
Just the solution says the title of the form has changed when actually the form was changed last
I see. Okay.
year. However, you guys.
This is a better version, and that ran you.
correct. Yep.
Okay. I don't have anything for board response.
Okay. Thank you.
No, I would just note that LASA terms are 4 years, regardless who you are. It doesn't matter whether you're a trustee or not. It's 11/20, 24 to 11/20/20 for the seats that are not those of the supervisor or clerk. For those that are the seats of the supervisor or clerk, it would follow their term. The others are the 4 years.
Well, we'll talk about that. Excuse me. Trustee Reed.
I just, it was mentioned during public comment, and forgive me, I forget who mentioned it, about the raise, the pending raise or the raise that has already happened, that some folks didn't get that raise. And it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, and I would bow to those who know better than I, that the reason why those folks, some of those folks didn't get it is because they are at the top of their step. We have 10 grades and each grade has 12 steps. And once you get to the maximum of your step, you cannot progress. You cannot get any more raises until that either you move to another step or that step itself is increased. Now, this particular raise not only raised the folks' pays, it also raised the steps. So some folks got their raise, some folks got a little bit short of their raise, and some folks didn't get any because yeah, that's right. So what has happened is we have implemented a new way of doing employee raises, and that is with merit. We have a merit system now, or we're trying to implement a merit system. And one way someone can move from one grade to the next, one step to the next, or even one grade to the next, is through the merit system, through an appraisal process. Set up quarterly meetings, you have goals, you have meetings, you appraise how you're doing, and if you're doing well, your manager can move you up to the next step or even to the next grade. That would be like a promotion. So we haven't, I don't believe, and I could be wrong, we haven't completely implemented that whole merit process, so that we've done a halfway. My opinion is we've implemented a new system, but we've only implemented half of it. So we need to get that second half implemented so that what's considered, I think, red-lined or red circled can be taken care of.
Piggyback on that, and there was something, I'm glad you brought that up because there was something that had triggered for me to say, this 2.5% increase happened for all staff except for the union, except for two staff members. And how it generally works in other places is that the 2.5% is implemented for every grade and step. But for some reason, our policy, which we adopted, and I am not in favor of, I would like to revisit it, is that once you get to a grade and then the 12th step, you're done. No more until the market or whatever. We have not done merit raises. We've lost staff members because of this redlining. And I really feel it's unfair, especially when somebody's making 110,000 gets a 2.5% increase, but somebody that's making 65,000 doesn't. It may not be a big deal to people that are at 100,000 that are, what's another $80 a year, but it makes a big difference when you're driving an hour away to get here. Okay. Thank you for bringing that up.
Could I follow up on that too?
Sure.
I believe that when we passed the 2.5% salary increase, it was told to us that it was across the board. I did not recall any qualifications to who may or may not get it. I was told it was across the board. And recently, when I sat in an attorney meeting with Jessica, Ryan, and I don't remember who else. I think
attorney?
Mariah. Yeah. I asked, are there any employees who are not going to get the 2.5% salary increase? And I was told, no, everybody's getting it. You told me that, Jessica.
Pursuant to the policy, and I mentioned the red line.
I don't
The red
remember
circle.
discussion about
Yeah.
red line, because what I
Yeah.
wanted to know, is there anyone not getting it?
I agree.
And
This
you
is
said
this
no.
has made clear that the board doesn't have a good understanding of our own policies that we unanimously adopted. So I think we should look
That
at them.
could be, but I did ask that question, and I was assured everyone was getting the 2.5% increase.
And it actually said when we adopted the authorized positions list at the top, it says 2.5% increase for all, and then it's said beginning April 1st.
And that's the appropriation, not the authorization, as we all know.
Well, it should be consistent, right? If you have one thing that says one thing, the other thing should say the same.
I think changing the policy is legit. I think exaggerating misunderstandings is not. But my comment.
Trustee Reed, thank you for bringing this up. Let's revisit that in a minute. Okay. We are, approval of the minutes, and that is J, approval of minutes. J1, possible action, approval of the minutes of the April 28, 2026 regular Board of Trustees meeting.
I move approval of the
Wait.
minutes.
Wait,
I have a question.
okay, hold on. Please hold on. I've got to find it again. Okay. Trustee Reed, you said you have a correction?
Page 110 of the packet. That is point.
16. Yeah, page 16.
Page 16 of the minute.
It sounds like the one.
Oh, the minute, it's page 16 of the minutes, yes.
Okay.
It's the the second bullet point down, read, discuss prior road funding history. And this mixes some of the facts I said. Read, discuss prior road history, including the first, not the first flat $85 assessment that generated approximately $510,000. A similar flat rate today would need to be approximately $155 per home to raise the same amount. That's not quite what I said. Because the $85 was a 0.5, was the equivalent of a 0.5 mil. And if we implemented a 0.5 mil today, we would get $155.
Would it be fair to say a similar mill today?
Similar mil today.
Okay, thank you.
So a similar mill today would need to be, not the flat rate.
Well, we're raising.
Thank you, David.
Any other corrections?
I have one, yeah. So on my page 3, under I, board member response, second paragraph, in response to public comment, Noel affirmed that Mike Blackburn had an associate's degree. I never said that. What I said was that Mike Blackburn had extensive utility experience, over 30 years of utility experience. I did not say he had an associate's degree.
Okay. You got it? Trustee Riser.
I will approve the minutes as modified and the record.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
It's fine. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The minutes as amended are approved 7-0. Thank you. Okay, on to the consent agenda. And again, remember, we removed K4 to new business, pulled K5, moved K7 to 4, included K14, K15, and 01. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Consent agenda is adopted as amended 7-0. Okay, I've got to go. Let me move all these consent agendas over. Okay, so tonight we'll begin with L1 information, EPA Superfund overview presentation by Roger Rail. He is attending by Zoom, and quick one top of the name of panelist or purpose, whatever, so he can share.
Hi, Roger. I'm going to bring you in as a panelist.
Waiting.
Going to continue so that you're all we can see, Roger.
Yeah, I should change my video just a little bit here. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yeah.
So I'm Roger Rail. I'm chair of Scio Residents for Safe Water and chair of Coalition for Action on Remediation of Dioxane, also called the CARD Group, watching over the Gelman situation since 2006. For SRSW, we set that up in 1995, a couple of years after I first got involved. So I'm going to go through a quick presentation here. Can I share my screen? All right, you see my screen okay?
Yep.
Okay. So this is going to be a 15-minute long thing. I'm going to try to do all my slides in 10 minutes so I have time for Q&A. I already met with local EPA regional staff and the Region 5 staff for many hours since the Gelman site was declared a Superfund site. And I've started to review what I might have for our SRSW and CARD archives that the EPA might not yet have. But we're talking about 65,000 files and 186 gigabytes. That's not going to be happening overnight. So I'll try to get through this as quickly as I can here. Gelman Superfund site was made that on March 12th. That's really good news. It's taken more than 10 years to get to this point. We actually started as early as 2013 talking about that. But 2016 was when we really got into it, and it took some convincing of certain people at certain political positions that this was needed, and then COVID hit, and then we had some other delays along the way. But now it's happened. So there's two big major things that's really good news about this. One is that Superfund still has polluter pay. Well, Michigan eliminated it in the 94-95 era. So Superfund will still make sure the polluter pays for any work that needs to get done. The other thing is the Superfund guideline for dioxin that was tightened in 2010 has a 0.35 parts per billion guideline for cleanup. And that's using a 1 in a million cancer risk over a 70-year lifetime. Now that's versus Michigan's 7.2 parts per billion. That didn't happen right away. It took another 6 years for Michigan to tighten their 85 parts per billion down to 7.2. But it's still not the 0.35. And that's because Michigan still uses a 1 in 100,000 cancer risk over a 32-year lifetime exposure. I guess because what contamination could possibly last longer than 32 years? Well, here we are with dioxin that's lasted, 50 years or more. So that's the next steps. Those are two major points people should remember: is that polluter pay is in play, and we hope to get the tighter standard of 0.35 using the 1 in a million 7-year lifetime that other states use, and Michigan used to use before 1995 when it was 3 parts per billion. So the next steps have already begun. Here's the process that we got to. The final listing is in this yellow box. I don't know if my cursor is showing. Is my cursor showing on the screen? Can you see my cursor on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we got that. That was the key step to get the final list in an NPL. And all of these steps here are proceeding. The community interviews, community involvement plan, all of these things have started to happen. There's a lot more to do, and some of this would depend upon how fast, because we had 30 years of citizen volunteers and local governments working on this. Something unusual for a Superfund site of this size. Usually the Superfund has to start from scratch. We have a 30-year head start with all the local governments and the interested citizens working on this. So it's going to proceed faster than other normal sites. But these are all the steps that have to be done. And just zooming in on that, the community interviews are already begun, and the community involvement plan is going to follow that very quickly. So these are some of the things that the EPA team provided after a public meeting last month. And again, things are happening. Things are happening on a forthwith basis, and we expect this to continue happening as fast as it can. We've already had several meetings. The EPA is already interviewing local residents. We're going to have a meeting of the CARD board and with a couple other long-time local government people involved. Meanwhile, EPA is negotiating with government scientists for appropriate solutions, and there'll be more on this next month when Deb Bicknell comes in and gives you his presentation in June. The other thing I'm doing is selecting the items out of the 64,000 files of the CARD and SRSW has that EPA may not yet have. And EPA has already provided a OneDrive folder for uploading those things so that they will have it in their repertoire to review. So that's all good news. Now, I've got some government site images I'm going to skim through really quickly in case some people haven't seen these recently. This is Eagle's Gelman site map. This is online, and I'll show you at the end how you can get to this. This is Eagle's Gelman site. This is an interactive map. You can click on these things. This is a still image here, but you can click on the one thing and you can look at some of the data. These aren't just hits. So these are all the sample sites. to find out if there's a hit at that site, you have to open it up. Meanwhile, for the Google Earth mashups that I have been doing since Google Earth came out, this is the latest version of that shows where dioxane has been found. Anything that looks like a donut is where dioxane has been detected, according to Eagle's Gelman database. We don't have the full database, so some of these things near the top here, these Scio Township hits more than a mile north of where everybody thought the edge of the plume was. These are not all of these are in the current Gelman database, where the Eagles Gelman database, and we're waiting for that update to happen. We'd like to see all the 2025 data included in that soon, so I could update some of these images. So this is where dioxane's been found. Here's where dioxane's been found, plus the 1995 database that I have, that I got a couple years after I started. For some reason, about 80% of that 1995 database is not in the current Eagle Gelman database. A lot of them are non-detect, but there's a lot of detection levels and things. Most of these were homeowner wells, and some of those homeowner wells are now getting hit. So we have now, with the 95 database, a baseline for some of those to show that it was non-detect in the early days. That's important. Now here's if we show all of the township wells, the Scio Township wells and the Attleboro Township properties that have wells. And you can see which, some of these have already had hits, about 4 dozen here north of the Gelman plume. But there's scores of other ones that could be affected in the future. So it's important that we have good monitoring. It's sad that we have to rely on homeowner well monitoring to know that the dioxane has gotten this far away, but that's because of the lax standards that Michigan's had for years. Again, going back to the 7.2 and 85 instead of using the 0.35. Most of these are less than 1 part per billion, but there's some in here that are more than 1 part per billion. Then the other thing I want people to be aware of, that it's not just the homeowner wells that are currently being affected. There's going to be some vapor intrusion in this area to the east of the eastern plume as the ground surface falls away, exposing contaminated aquifers. These green areas here are where there's near surface aquifers within 10 or 20 feet of basements. And so there could be vapor intrusion in any residences in these areas. They've already found 0 to 50 feet contamination in 2 new monitoring wells at the Slauson School. They have a project there for to do heating and cooling using groundwater. So fortunately, we got those 2 new wells that are in place. And what surprised me is that there wasn't any non-detect in those readings of during the drilling of those wells, and that it's very contaminated right there.
Roger, you're at 11 minutes, just FYI.
All right. I'm almost done. So that was Google Earth. I also used Tableau Public. Here's the map on Tableau Public. So you have, the Gelman site itself and things that spread out. But if we tip this up, imagine this is tipping up and you're going to look sideways. This is looking vertically down from the Gelman site. So this shaded area here is the Gelman site. These upper dots are the surface elevations of wells, and these other circles down here and other markers are where the well is screened. And what I want to show here is that this area here, if we zoom in on that, this is where the dioxide has been moving through shallow, unusable aquifers down to deeper aquifers. So the state has always said, well, we don't have to worry about the shallow aquifers because nobody's using the water in those aquifers. Well, dioxide doesn't care. Dioxide is fully miscible in water and will go over where water goes. And so all of this contamination down here came through those unused aquifers. And that needs to be addressed. So how did all these really high hits over here in these deeper aquifers get through here without being detected? You know, there's some areas here that weren't sampled. This is all the data we had up through 2021, plotted on a log scale, so you can see really high concentrations got pushed down to, bring it back here. We want to get down below 7.2, hopefully be below 3.5, and maybe even more hopefully if the EPA uses the 0.35. All of these layers have to be down, all these readings have to be down below 0.35 before it gets to people's wells. Now, that's not going to happen anytime soon. None of these 5-year plans, not even Gelman, I think, is currently 15 years into a 30-year plan. That's probably not going to happen in 30 years, so we have to deal with the long term. And that's one of the great things about having the EPA involved. They will be involved as long as it takes. So here's all the entities that we've identified that work with us at CARD. And so we've got SRSW, CARD, and now the EPA. And these are the key players. And there's some, you know, of course, on the Gelman side and the outside. So there's a lot of information from a lot of folks that we have to keep track of. For more information, go to srsw.org. It has links to all the CARD stakeholder websites and the EPA Gelman Superfund site. And one last thing I'm going to say for the people that don't really understand this. Scio Township is a general law township. And because of that, they don't get to tax as much. And because of that, they can't hire as many employees. But there's only 120 townships that are chartered of the 1,240 Michigan townships that are charter township. Scio is one of the 1122 that are not chartered. They're still a general law township. And it's one of the larger ones, 15th by population. So in Scio, as you've seen today with the comments, citizen volunteers have to do a lot of work that charter townships pay employees to do. So people need to recognize that in Scio, we have to do more to help the government work. And it's harder to manage a general law township like Scio, especially a larger population like this, 17,000. So I just wanted people to appreciate that. So that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Roger. Let's see, David, should we begin with you?
I have no questions.
Thank you for your work, Roger.
Thank you, Roger.
Treasurer Yeagle?
Thank you very much, Roger. I appreciate your presentation.
Yeah, Roger, thank you. See you on Thursday.
Yeah, thanks. I've stopped my share now.
Trustee Ryder?
Anybody that wants to help out, get in touch with me.
Roger, thank you. You've been doing this for decades. You go
33 years.
Okay. That's decades at least. So, and you come to the Scio Fair that we have. We used to have it here, and it's in you go to one in the Meyer parking lot. You've just been at this. You're just a heck of a resource. I mean, boards come and go, but you're forever, man.
Well, I have to be.
I know. So I really appreciate the job you've done on this, and I know you're not forever, and you would love, I don't know, an apprentice. But really, on behalf of everyone here in Scio Township, and frankly, Ann Arbor, because that's their water supply is changing too, and so you help the big city to our east with all the stuff.
We definitely got to keep it out of the Ann Arbor water supply. This is big because.
So thank you. That's all I'll say.
Anyway, so I'm glad everybody's paid attention and continue to pay attention. And when is the Scio environmental thing?
It's in October.
October. That's good because
I don't know the exact date.
Yeah, summer's going to be busy for me here.
Trustee
Anyway.
Brand.
So, Roger, this is Kathleen Brand. I want to thank you for your work. Every time you make a presentation, I learn something new. For example, today, the EPA standard of 0.35, which is dramatically different than what the state does. So I appreciate you working directly with them.
But keep in mind that we can get to 0.35 by just changing those two factors. 1 in a million cancer risk over a 70-year lifetime exposure. Then it goes down to 0.35. That's a point that you need to stick with. We used to have that. We used to have 1 in a million over 70 year, and then 94, 95, the legislature applied it. That's another story about how that happened overnight. That shouldn't have happened.
Well, Roger, thank you so much. I've said this before. You are a true inspiration. You're a true public servant, and you're an inspiration to the rest of us that want to do good for our community.
Yeah, we all have to work together on this. I tell people we're about 2/3 water. Act accordingly.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the next report. It's L2, discussion only report from the Parks, Preserves, and Pathways Director, Murphy Harrington. Hi.
I just wanted to give an update on where a number of our projects are currently. So I'll just try to keep it as brief as possible. So a few of the projects that we're working on are in correlation with the CIP that was approved. The Milk Creek Bridge and the Liberty Pond Boardwalk. We've had site visits with OHM and their engineers, I guess we'll call them. And right now we have the proposals underway, and they'll likely be in front of the board by the next board meeting for deliberation. The 5 Oaks parking lot, the design is underway, pretty straightforward. The Huron-Clinton Vancouver connection, we've done 2 more site visits since the CIP was approved. So the Metro Parks sounds like they're most likely on board with the plan that we've proposed and the pathway that we've proposed to go through their parking lot. Again, the goal being to connect Vancouver Preserve with their preserve, which also connects them to the B2B and just gives all the park visitors more places that they can extend their hike if they wanted to. So it's a really cool idea. Right now, just waiting for final word with the Metro Parks, but OHM is also working on the proposal to bring in front of the board because we have to work with the road commission, of course, and then we need to evaluate the safety of crossing of Huron River Drive. The Scio Church pathway design, the design kickoff itself is pending, but the work will commence soon. So hopefully we'll have a design to come in front of the board soon. Orbis Environmental, those are the contractors that we have asked to do our floristic quality assessment, as well as our natural areas identification. They're going to help us identify our management plans, which will most likely be pretty straightforward just based on the natural community's natural boundaries. So they have done 1 of the 4 visits they're going to do throughout this year to make sure that we get all of our spring ephemerals and the transitional flora from spring to early summer. So I'm out there in the field with them. They said it's going really well and they're having a lot of fun. And they said that they're going to give us their preliminary findings probably by the end of June. Our wildlife surveys in all the parks and preserves are back underway. Most notably, we did a drift fence project in an area that the person had asked not to be disclosed, but the purpose of that project was to take a look at road mortality of an endangered salamander species, and then our just regular salamander species, as well as toads and frogs. That project, we had to go through some approval processes, so we weren't able to start it as soon as we were hoping for. So the data itself isn't really showing us too much, which might mean that there isn't a lot of road mortality there, or it just means that we missed the big night of migration, which I think is actually what happened in that situation. But we're going to be partnering with this person continually, and then we'll hopefully be over time deciding whether or not it would be important to put up amphibian crossing signs or incorporating other ways to decrease road mortality for our slow moving amphibians. We're still working on the partnership with Eastern Michigan University. We're doing a collaboration, a genotyping of one of our endangered salamander species on our property, just to get an idea of the sustainability of the populations themselves, obviously due to fragmentation in Scio Township and everywhere else. We just want to make sure that our populations are doing well, and then mostly that data will get handed off to the university for their grad students to do more in-depth look at, making recommendations for us, which we can either take or not. You may already know that we did a partnership with Restore, which is the American Chestnut Foundation. It's a pretty new foundation, so right now they're just trying to get a lot of more awareness out about what they're doing, which is continuing the Chinese American chestnut hybrids, while also simultaneously trying to grow more pure American chestnuts in the proximity, with the overall goal of increasing the genes of the American while retaining the blight resistance that the Chinese chestnut has been able to provide so far. Right now, it's typically around 94% American versus Chinese. So we're just trying to do what we can to further the research and let them know how it goes. We're still preparing for the reforestation project in fall of this year. It is such a huge undertaking. So right now, we're just still in the planning phase. That way, by August, we have all the equipment we need. We have our strategy laid out. This is like 3,000 trees. So if anybody wants to volunteer to help us plant trees, please let me know. Projects that we're investigating right now, based on the number of users that we've had for Township Hall Park Pathway, which has been shockingly high, I'm investigating whether or not we could do a similar ADA pathway out at Liberty Pond, which is another one of our highly trafficked preserves. It already acts as sort of that in-between of a park and a preserve. So we're trying to do a lot of preservation out there, but it is also still active use. So we have the pond, which invites people for fishing. People love to walk their dogs out there. So we might be able to make this ADA compliant through either a limestone pathway or a asphalt pathway. I think that would be something we should really seriously look into. So I'll get back to you on that. I'm still waiting to get more information from the Accessibility Network. I'd like for them to do a full evaluation of the zebra road pathway to figure out what we can do to increase universal accessibility. And I attended the non-motorized transportation plan meeting in March with Ann Arbor Township, where they were identifying areas in their township, but also in our township, where we might be able to increase connectivity to their either planned pathways or just kind of nebulous ideas in general about where we can support each other moving forward. I think this is a really cool opportunity for us to work with all of our neighboring townships and cities to see how we can move forward in a really collaborative way. So that way we're spending the funds in the best way possible. And it gives the community a chance to identify what they think are the best areas to be investing in pathways. I got this is last minute, that was supposed to be all, but I actually received the initial estimate for our Van Curler signs. We're working with Carlisle Wortman to create signs that have braille and that are large enough for people who have visual impairments to see without assistance, as well as incorporating different types of color blindness into that, as well as an audio aspect of it for people who might need to use the website. So the sign itself is looking about $7,000, and we're looking at about 23 signs for all of the reserves, including $1,000 for installation. So I'm going to work with the company soon to see if we can come up with a package deal instead of spending so much. The signs are large. They're not your average park signs. They're, my wingspan and more. So that's where a lot of the cost comes in, as well as making them tactile, which was the entire point. So,
but to be clear, you said 7,000 for the 23 or 7,000
per sign.
With another $1,000 per sign for installation?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
So that's where we are we're not proposing anything yet. So stay tuned. That's all I have.
Is there a bulk discount?
That's what I'm going to ask.
Oh, okay.
I think I think there's a lot of potential for saying we make you the sign maker of all of these, and maybe the general understanding that we would work with them in the future, which would make sense because as our parks expand in terms of acreage and our trails change, that's not going to happen infrequently necessarily. So we could have like an ongoing contract with them maybe, which would reduce the price. I think that would be the way to go. So that's what I'm going to look at.
All right, thank you. Trustee Reed.
23 signs.
Yes.
Maybe like 2 or 3 for each park.
Yes. So for parks like Van Curler, we would have one at both entrances and then a smaller version. Well, no, actually we can't have a smaller version because of the site requirements. So be like 3 signs per park that have more than one entrance.
Which company is it?
I don't remember the name of the company.
Local one?
It is local.
Like Huron Signs and Ipsy is it?
No, it's pretty specialized. Carlisle Wortman has actually reached out on our behalf to a number of companies, and so far this company is the only one that has entertained fabrication.
Was it a small order or?
I don't think so. I think it's just a really challenging concept to enact. Because on top of just the braille, the map itself is also going to be tactile. So the trails, so like Van Curler is a really good example. The trail itself is going to be tactile. The different types of environments that you're walking through are also going to be tactile based on shapes. And then like a regular trail would have maybe just like a straight line, whereas because the border to border trail is so close, and we want people to know where they are in relation to other features that they can go to, that trail would be a totally different kind of tactile experience.
Okay. No proposals tonight.
No.
Yes. Anything else from no? Okay.
Universal accessibility, it costs, and it's important though.
Anything else from you?
Oh, that's it.
No, you left the best for last.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Murphy. L3 assessor report. Our assessor, Andrea Garrett.
Collect. Presentation like Murphy does. So basically, I'll just leave it up for the board to ask any questions. I'm not gonna ask for any money, spend anything. I'll just basically tell you how much you projected to collect. Each page pretty much, I tried to lay it out so you can understand what it's trying to say and where I got the information from. Yes, of interest may be that we will have a Headley factor this year. the 0.9940. So what Headley's projected to be calculated at. And I put that on there for you to see what your projected revenue is for 2026 based on the taxable value. Now, I don't know if some of you are looking on the website or if you hard copied your report, but I did miss a page I discovered this morning, and Christy helped me. She corrected the website.
Okay, which page was that?
It was the one that's labeled audit results, disabled veterans exemption, and Michigan Tax Tribunals appeals. It's kind of towards the end. I think it's page 10. And it was corrected on the website. Those that make hard copies, it might not be in there.
I remember reading it though.
Yeah, I did. I think I added the page that follows, and somehow it got taken out and wasn't put on the copy. But of interest on that page are those audit results. We're still waiting for our request from the State Tax Commission, and we contacted Jane Walsh, who was the secretary, a couple weeks ago, and says, hey, where's our, we want to get this thing moving. And she said, it'll come in May. So I know they just finished up county equalization. So they're doing the state equalization portion of the assessment numbers. So probably, hopefully, May has got a couple more weeks left in it. So she said, we will be receiving a letter. I don't know if it's going to be in the mail or via email. So there'll be a letter coming for that. So far, we've had just one small claims appeal this year. And I know Mariah, we will probably be receiving a full tribunal appeal for some of the Heritage Woods parcels. They did appeal to the board review on it. And what I thought was a bit interesting that I added the last minute was I got this from the county equalization report, is how Scio compares to our neighbors. As far as our total assessed value, what percentage of the county total assessment that Scio has, and the number of parcels. If you look at this as a horse race, we are closing in on Ypsilanti Township. So far, we're the fourth largest jurisdiction in Washtenaw County as far as assessed value, both real and personal property goes. We take up 7.3% of the county total of assessed value. We only have 7,888 total parcels, where Ypsilanti Township has over 20,000 parcels. So that tells you our value is significantly higher than theirs as far as total number of parcels.
Many people.
Yeah. And basically what our department's doing, you all know Caitlin, we hired her back in December. She started completing her first class for the level 3 program. So hopefully this time next year, she will have her level 3. She's fitting in very well. She seemed to has grasped everything that she's doing. She's doing all of the residential, the new construction, reviewing all the new sales that we're getting in, the residential zoning compliances. And Becky is basically reviewing all of the commercial and industrial properties to make sure everything is valued and priced in the same manner. And between the both of them, they will probably be hitting the 20% goal that the State Tax Commission recommends that we do every year now. What they do is basically a desk review of the property. And they look at the Zillow pictures online like everybody else does. And that's how we see the interior of a house. And we go out to the property and we take pictures of all 4 sides and any pole barns or any other buildings on the property. And to make sure that we've got all the decks, the basements, number of bathrooms, bedrooms, everything like that, to make sure everyone's taxed, fairly and equitably. And we started a new portion of our website for board review people. because we've had quite a few this year. When they appealed, they didn't have the proper information that they needed to have a successful appeal. Even though we tell them, hey, bring this, bring that, they didn't have the information that they needed. So I developed this section that we added for the board of review. Hey, here's some suggestions. This is what you need. This is, when our board of review is. So hopefully that will help some people. And other than that, we started a new program to audit our principal residence exemptions, because there are some residents who may be eligible for the exemption, but they're not claiming it. They have the same mailing address. They're registered to vote there, and they've recently registered, and they've recently voted. They're not claiming the exemption. Maybe they're claiming the exemption at their house in Florida, perhaps, or a house up north. Who knows? So it's their choice if they want to, but maybe they just forgot to file the form. I'm not sure, so we'll see what happens. Other than that, we're just trying to keep our data all updated and go from there. And if the board has any questions on anything or where I got the information or.
Board members, beginning with Trustee Brandt, anything?
Do you know whose dog that is on the last page?
That's my boy AJ. I just thought I'd put a little too much into it. Some board members have met AJ. He's a big boy now. He comes.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Thank you for the information. I think this is a great report. It really lays it out there well.
That's what the board wants to see, so I just tried to just throw numbers in there, and if there's ever something in particular you guys want to see on my next report, I think is in November, just let me know.
And Andrea, the Headley factor, could you explain it just a little bit? I know it can get real technical.
Yes,
but...
it is late in the day, but I'll do my best. Basically, we generated more taxable value than because of all the new construction and the new sales, more taxable value was realized than the rate of inflation of 2.7%. And because of that, the tax rates had to roll back. So the local level of government could not collect more than they should have from the residents. So it rolls back your millage rate. That's called the Headley effect. So more taxable value was realized than what was permitted per the Headley amendment.
So for the, for example, fire services, then it would only be collected at the 0.9940, not the full.
It would roll back the rate from the 2.7 to the 2.6838.
Right.
And these figures will be on the tax rate request of the 4029 that I will probably have sometime next month for the supervisor and clerk to sign. And that is the form that goes to the County Board of Commissioners, so they know what tax rate Scio Township charges.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you. Anyone go? No.
The Headley rollback does not affect every line item. Because we have like 14 or 15 line items in our actual total tax. If you look at your tax bill, it doesn't affect all of them, does it?
I know in the county report on the school districts, it depends on the total taxable value, because each school district, it's different. Because like the Dexter school overlap into Lima Township, Dexter Township, etc., and our schools overlap. So it's in those jurisdictions. So it may not. So I would look on the report on the county's website. It may have it in there. We can only speak for us. Keep it right here. Okay.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And believe me, as soon as we have those reports from the state, we will let you know. Okay.
Well, we're still on reports. So supervisor report, I know I did something I did what? Oh, I know what it was. Mariah and I sat down with Priority Waste and with Sam Caramagno, he's the general manager, Sam Caramagno Jr., who oversees trucking and carts and whatnot. Pam, I can't remember her last name, from billing. And then also he wasn't quite the new CEO at that point, but at 2:30 that afternoon he was. And his name is Aaron Johnson. And Aaron, he is a Scio resident. We're not going to tell you where he lives. But he used to work for waste management for a couple of decades, I think. But he's going to bring a lot of the structure from waste management over to priority and figure out a lot of these issues. We were able to, it was exciting. And it felt a little bit different than when they promised us in front of the board before, but we will see. And I did put them to, task, and I requested, and I don't know if they're going to do this, but I requested that they forgive all the late fees. There's been too many problems with the invoices not being delivered. We have been there's been a lot of issues, and we have, per our contract, we could charge them for liquidated damages, and we have not. So I pointed that out to them, and I said, for good faith and to heal our township from this garbage fiasco, I think that would go a long way. They didn't promise, but they didn't say no either. So we still are working through a lot of issues. The next bill, which now I can't remember when the next bill was, but anyways, everyone that is a customer will see if you had issues with your rates. Senior discounts, veterans discounts, and late fees and whatnot. It should be on the next bill. So they're asking us to be patient until we get to that next bill, and you should see a reflection. It will not be within the total itemized. They said up in the top somewhere. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I think that this is going to be a lot better for our customers, and we are still working on RFPs and getting that language, and then I have to review it, and we'll bring it in front of the board. I think we said June 23rd. So things are moving along. Yep. Thank you. Treasurer Equal.
Okay, thank you. Investment report is being reviewed right now. Will be on the May 26th meeting. Good news, the IRS has issued our registration numbers for the F-150 Lightning Vehicle Credit and the Geothermal HVAC credit. So I've sent those registration numbers to Raymond Robson and to the State Technical Assistance Center. They're helping us with that, and hope to have some more updates towards the end of the month or early in June about where we're sitting with that. I won't be at the meeting on May 19th as I had a 6 month ago scheduled trip that conflicts with that meeting. I did meet so far to answer the question about the county commissioners, Chair Katie Scott, Commissioner Sanders, Light, and Majewski. We're still trying to meet with the additional commissioners, but getting time that works on everybody's schedule has still been a little bit of a challenge. So far, the commissioners we have met with have been very supportive. Some are more supportive of the senior center versus the bus or vice versa, but they've all been willing to hear, what we're looking for, our request, and have had different feedback and suggestions on how they might be able to help us. So appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Sure.
Couple of updates. I just want to thank Elka and Jess, two Scio residents who have come on part-time temp to start the record scanning project. So long awaited. Thank you, board. Starting with the property files, the planning and zoning records, which we most often reference, as well as our minutes. And so as we get those scanned, they're all searchable and will be much more valuable, both inside Township Hall and through the website as well. We're busy prepping for the audit, doing year end, still on target. We had to move back field work from the first 2 weeks of June to the second 2 weeks of June, but we're still on target to have a presentation before the board in August for that. Regarding the August election, prepping, For that, I did get word that we have 2 millage proposals on our August ballot, at least 2. 4:00 today was the deadline, so I didn't get the final list, but 2 renewals, one for the Ann Arbor Public School District and one renewal for the Washtenaw Community College. So I'll send out the kind of official list of proposals by the end of this week. But wanted to let you know that. I also included, I'll let John speak to this, but I included in the reports the email from John Horford. I know John Reiser wanted to talk a bit about those bills. And then the board also received just after 5:00. I don't know if everybody saw the privileged email from our Dickinson Wright labor attorney.
Yes, I saw.
Okay. In it, without getting into it, he requested authorization to proceed in drafting and filing a response. And given the time sensitivity, I wondered if we shouldn't make a motion to direct him to do that. If the board felt like we needed to discuss it, we could also make a motion to go into closed session to do that. But it did sound like he had an ask for us, so I wanted to bring that up because he needed authorization to proceed. He provided deadlines.
When did they come?
It came after 5 p.m. So we can, I don't know what to say. It seemed time sensitive, Kathy, based on the deadlines. May 29th. Thanks, Mariah. And another option for the board is that we could also potentially later tonight move into closed session if people need to review it. I was surprised to get it as well, but it was after 5 p.m. So. Yeah, I guess we could.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's true. We could. Okay. That sounds good.
Somebody keep track of.
Yeah.
For May 19th, there's the other thing too.
What was the other thing for May 19th? So May 19th is called for a work session. I think that, if my memory serves, for a special meeting in order to change or add anything to the agenda beyond the stated purpose, it would require 7 members to be there. Brian has just said he won't be there. So if we want to add something to the agenda for May 19th, I think we need to do that by motion here tonight.
I would support that.
There was an agenda item tonight, and I wrote it down, and I don't.
Specifically K16, I believe. We want to talk about this at the special meeting.
Oh, yeah. K16, right.
Okay.
So K16 and then this item.
Okay. And regarding K16, are you talking about just the aspect of it, which is to schedule a special meeting?
There's 2 parts.
I would just say, because that is the motion to schedule a meeting that would require our employment attorney. And I think that our work session in a week was more about like ordinances and short-term rentals and stuff. So K16 itself is just to do 2 things. One is to schedule a special meeting, which I assume wouldn't be next week because we need. Yeah. That sounds good.
And then this, what do we call it?
And then this would be just a closed session to consider material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute pursuant to MCL 15.268H. That's what we call this. If your intention is to have a closed session.
Well, we also have to find out if he's available.
Again, this closed session wouldn't be dependent on his availability. Yeah. Certainly, if the board preferred it, it could. I'm just trying to be responsive to our attorney who has a deadline and a question for us.
Somebody check and see if he is.
Can somebody check and see if he is available? Possibly.
Sure.
Okay.
And then what?
And then if he's not, we still will get his future availability and then schedule consistent when he is to a time when he is available.
Okay. But by consensus of the board, is there agreement that I can update the meeting notice?
Yes.
With the following
Yes.
purposes? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for your report? Okay.
Election Commission. I'll let you know if there's anything. Yeah, okay, well, I'm just going right down the list. Lock Alpine, we are meeting for operations on Thursday and next Monday for the board. It's a strange month because we potential election which didn't happen and then Memorial Space us smushing together. Parks Path Preserves Committee and LPC.
LPC will meet tomorrow and Parks will meet on the Thursday.
Okay. Planning Commission, Trustee Brandt.
Yes, we met last night and there are some significant developments, applications. So first of all, in Auto Mall Park, that's a PUD that was developed in the 1990s. It's specific to auto dealerships. BMW just moved out of a location that fronts Jackson Road, and CarMax Auto Superstore is requesting to occupy that space within the confines of their current PUD. This was approved or was recommended for approval to the Board of Trustees. Some minor issues are requests for landscaping because it does front Jackson Road. So you should expect to see that before the boards soon enough. Secondly, the Ember Grove preliminary PUD, which is near the corner of Jackson and Parker. This was remanded back to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission reviewed it last night. Some changes proposed by the developer. And again, that will come before the board at some future date. And then another one, the Quick Trip Corporation, which is on Baker Road, directly adjacent north of I-94, which abuts the Heritage Woods property. There is a current easement for that property to get to have access to Heritage Woods Boulevard. There's some questions about the location. Would they be in agreement with Quick Trip to modify the easement so that they can have easy access to that parcel? That's coming back before the Planning Commission in 2 weeks for some clarifying questions.
Okay, thank you. ESTF. Project Manager Shane, are we going to bring cans in for food waste here inside the township? Because I know you I think it was the HVAC system that's you. Yeah.
That's correct. We did remove them during the construction of the HVAC system. So yes, we could bring them back. Yes. Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, thank you. Well, Gelman, we've already had our presentation, but do you have anything to?
No,
add?
I mean, Roger basically covered it. We're meeting this Thursday, as I said, with EPA and community engagement, 3 people from the EPA. It's a Zoom meeting.
Township lobbying efforts.
I spoke with John Horford today, and I had John send us some actions that are happening in the Government Operations Committee, and a lot of them have to do with local control and housing development. And there's discussion at the state, introduced mainly by Democratic reps, that may or may not get traction when it goes to the full House. But in the Government Operations Committee, they're going to be taking up some bills that have to do with getting rid of minimum lot size. In other words, townships would be forbidden from having a minimum lot size that exceeds 1,500 square foot, provided there's water and sewer. So it's a lot of these are getting at the housing shortage in density, smaller houses, setbacks, getting rid of big setbacks. One of them would be kind of like have site plans, kind of less control over the site plans, and having like a standard site plan. So the question is do we want to have John Horford from GCSI reach out to the committees or the sponsors of these bills and put a card in or express support for any particular bill or for denser housing? Now, a way of saying is you're for denser housing is that you're not in favor of local control. So local control is what sets the setbacks, and local control is what sets minimum lot size and minimum house size. So I want to bring it up today because it's salient at this point in time. So I guess I'll throw it over to the board. You folks all have, and John spoke about these last time, if you remember him. So this shouldn't be new to any of us. It's like, are we? I don't feel it's my role to say what Scio wants to do, but it'd be nice to find out from this body if we have any position on these, or maybe it's an agenda item to a special meeting on this, or maybe we have him back, or maybe we see what gets reported out of the government operations committee when it goes to the full House. So I'm just, reminding y'all we have a lobbyist and he's curious what we think about bills, and I'll shut up.
Do you know that when this will, you said it's going through the House for getting to the House, when will this potentially be adopted if they are adopted?
If they're adopted, it would be after it makes it through the House, make it through the Senate, and it gets to Whitmer and she signs. So this is like, remember Schoolhouse Rock, I'm just a bill. So this has got a ways to go. It's at the House Committee on Government Operations at this juncture. And then it has to go to the full House, and then the Senate has to pick it up, and then they have to go to reconciliation if there are differences, and then it goes to the government. And all this has to happen during an elections year. I don't mean to be so negative, but that's the lay of the land. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't express an interest on something that's important to us.
Well, I was just thinking we're in the process or beginning the process of our master plan and how this is going to affect it. And I don't know.
Master plans are pursuant to the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, and these would be the master plan through the MZEA at the state level. So the state lets us plan. They let us plan what they want to let us plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have talked a bit about this, but probably we should schedule a session to talk about it. I mean, this is an appropriate working session type of topic. We could, but we're filling up.
We initially have 3 ordinances we were going to talk about May 19th.
Yeah.
And then we just have 2 topics. This would be 6.
Do you remember what the ordinances were?
Short noise.
Oh, yes. Noise.
Short-term rental and Memorize it, abandoned buildings,
Vacant building.
vacant building, and I think blight. And blight, thank you.
Well, it seems like this might be a very timely issue to be discussing. I'm wondering if we might want to modify our plans for May 19th.
That give us enough time to still weigh in. We waited a week. I mean, we talked about this so many times, but it seems that we know where we stand and.
Well,
We don't exactly know where we stand.
So I think each person does. I don't think we
Yeah,
have
as a
to-
group, we don't know where we stand.
it's going to the committee on Thursday, May 4th. Right. So that's the 19th after the 14th. So, but that doesn't mean that they're gonna be done on the
Right.
14th when it goes to the committee. That's just when it gets to committee. It could have another committee hearing, there could be amendments. So I don't know if there's a sense of this board, what we feel about these bills in general. I mean, I think you and I, Jessica, feel inclined toward them, but developers and planners and other municipal planners really don't like the lack of local control that these bills are foisting upon municipalities.
I think, we had the general conversation about it, because they're so focused on the water and sewer district. That gives me a lot of comfort. That is exactly where we want to promote density. I think we all recognize that it's more sustainable to build smaller, to create more of a range of types of housing and possibly have attainable housing. I have no problem giving up local control when the state policy is better for these longer term goals. It's just limited to the water and sewer districts, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of these. And they're pretty modest reforms. So I mean, I'm supportive of them generally. I haven't studied every single one, and I know that they're evolving as we go.
I think we would still have time, even if they're discussing it on the 14th, and if we discuss it then on May 19th. This is going to be an evolving process. And I thought we heard from John last time that things were unlikely to move very fast in terms of any actual decision making. So I thought it was going to take a while. I don't know. Maybe that's changed, but I would favor waiting. I'd like to discuss it more. I have concerns about giving up local control. Maybe we can give up some. We haven't discussed how much, but I would like to discuss it in more detail, and it does have some bearing on our master planning too. It will.
Can I say that it's a practical level?
Yeah.
If you look at Scio Farms, it's another kind of Scio View. So Scio View on Liberty.
Yeah.
Have you been in there? That is really dense housing. I'm in the ravines and it's 20 years old and it's pretty dense housing. We're packing them in where we have water, so at least we appear to be. I would be okay with a resolution that said, I move that at this time, the Scio Township Board is in favor of denser housing in water and sewer districts. I'd be okay sending that message to, and then something we could always revise that later. So I would.
Yeah, I would support that too.
Okay. So I would make that motion.
I have concerns because we haven't specified the details, and the details would matter. So I won't support it.
And we can revise our position, but I'm just, as a concept, in the water and sewer district, we're in favor of denser housing. But, and if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. I just want to ascertain where this board is. And this is subject to, I would think this would be subject to revision if we find like it gets changed when it comes out, but just to let John know, to let our lobbyists.
Well, okay, but we also have an REU issue that we need to look at. I just don't want to. Yeah, I want to know more details about all of this before I make a vote in favor or against something.
There's a motion with a second.
So I think I agree with John. And denser housing in the water and sewer district is appropriate. And the REU issue is an issue, and we have to face it.
We've been saying for a long time.
But it keeps, you know, every time it seems like we always have.
Well, and you know, we could say yes to this, send it to John Horford, and then, you know, the state says no. Well, we've decided that, you know, it's for the whole municipality. I mean, this is just something that we've already affirmed, I believe, through our.
But I think, John Ryder, didn't you say it was targeted for water and sewer districts?
Yeah, my motion, just to reread it.
I mean, the bills themselves.
Yeah, we're water and sewer water and sewer districts.
Okay.
So, and we're not saying any one of them is, we're just saying we're in favor of denser housing in water and sewer districts. So our lobbyist knows how to do that. This is subject to revision as we learn more about the bills, and the bills get reported out of committee if they make it out of committee.
But it's just a policy direction.
It is a policy thing. Yeah. That's just looking.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have a motion and we have a second.
Yeah, motion by Riser, support by Flintoff. John, tell me if I've got this right, that Scio Township expresses its support for denser housing in the water and sewer district.
Yeah, I'd say at this time, it's subject to revision. But
Remember, the water and sewer district are not synonymous. So.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
I think in the areas, I would, that's a good point, Kathy.
Why don't we just say
And I
sewer
would say-
because
Yeah.
In the sewer district.
Right,
that would be
because
better.
water overlaps.
Yeah.
Water is broader than that.
Yeah.
So if you say sewer.
And
you
that's where
cover-
we get the really bad proposals. So
Yeah.
sewer district, is that a friendly amendment, John?
it is, but I don't know that John Horford's gonna know the difference between a water and a sewer. So,
But we know what we mean.
yeah. Water and sewer, because I pulled up bills. Bills say water and sewer, so.
We could say the Jackson Road corridor.
We could just
With-
say Scio's sewer district.
This is.
But yeah, it's a policy position that I don't think we need to spend as much time on the verbiage as do we agree with this policy?
Right. And I think what John's trying to express is where we have both water and sewer service.
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember saying at this time.
Right. Is not everything at this time. Okay. So but I'll put that in this. At this.
I appreciate the grammar, but you're not wrong. But
All right. I could add that to the end of each of our motions.
In areas that have both water and sewer.
Okay. John, is that a friendly amendment? Jillian had?
It's all friendly at this juncture tonight.
No, he didn't hear you.
I said a friendly amendment here, both water and sewer districts. So then we.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay. Well, you're just.
Okay. I'd like a roll call vote.
Sure.
For our rules of order tonight, we're starting with Brandt.
Yes.
Noel,
No.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you, John.
Is that it for the township lobbying effort at this time?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Roads Advisory Committee, we meet tomorrow night. Multimodal Transit Committee,
We're talking about that in a little bit.
when are you meeting again?
June 18th.
Okay. Operations manager is not here tonight.
I could mention one thing. I attended this day-long symposium at the University of Michigan, put on by the Business School, Law School, Center for Sustainability and the Environment. and it was on data centers. It was excellent, very thought-provoking. I'm glad I went. Bob Hyde from the Planning Commission also went. And that was why I pulled the item earlier, because in one of the handouts that we got, there were specific comments about the importance of including community benefit language in any ordinance that any township would enact. So Laura's going to read it. We'll talk about it later. That's not in the ordinance. That wasn't in the draft ordinance that was in our packet.
There's two attachments, the April 7, 28, no, or it's really odd. Well, it's the planning staff report and GCSI capital update. All right, now we are on to unfinished business, beginning with O2, the Zebra Pathway Phase 5. Project Manager Chris Chang and Parks Director Murphy Harrington.
Well, good evening, Board of Trustees. As mentioned, my name is Chris Chang, Project Manager. My left, your right, would be Murphy Harrington, the Parks Director. We are here to request approval of Z Road Path 5, which will be the final connection, which will lead to the border trail. That is just south of Huron River Drive and Z Road. We will start from Peters Road, which is just south of Peters Road. This connection will include crossing Peters Road, which is an intersection, then an 8-foot wide pedestrian bridge crossing Huron River Drive. Then we're still dealing with how we're getting through the Trier property. What did I say? Huron River Drive. Huron River. We are leading to Huron River Drive up to the border pathway, but over the Huron River, and then eventually and hopefully over the railroad tracks. This project is scheduled to be completed around Thanksgiving time of November of this year, but there are some contingencies. We will be working with the railroad company, so could be delays there, but if not, we will hope to have it scheduled and completed sometime in probably the spring of 27. This will also complete the entire connection that starts down by the I-94 overpass and connect it all the way up to the border pathway. So we did recently, with the help of OHM, who I believe are on I've seen that already, so that's great. So correct me if I'm wrong on anything, Matt, or just chime in. We did get 5 bids recently to complete phase 5. Those bids range from approximately 2.75 million all the way up to approximately 3 million. We did include a little bit of contingency in that. The winning bid was Artisan Contracting. We did a quality-based selection. They did come out not only as the lowest bidder, but also one that I think that scored the best also in that review. So we've got a total of about 3.6 million, a little north of that. It'll be coming out of Fund 208. And as I believe Flintoff had mentioned, she did a little bit of calculations to figure out the funding on it. So there'll be an amendment to the motion to get this approved. But I'm here to answer any questions regarding the Path 5, Phase 5.
Trustee Brandt, would you like to begin? Or I can.
The only comments I have are budgetary. This project keeps going on. So, the budget, I don't know how you reconcile the increase in this for the parks operating.
Okay. Trustee Brandt, anything else? Trustee Reiser?
No, I thank you, Murphy, and Matt, for your work. This is something that was started before, I think, this board, the prior board. I mean, this just is this is a sandwich we have to eat one bite at a time, and it'll be nice when it's finally done.
12 years.
200 years.
You know, I was present for some of the recent meetings on this, so I mean, I'm supportive. I guess I did have a question on this Scio Township paying fees directly to Amtrak. I had some general questions. Could you explain that a little bit more, Matt or Chris?
Let me start, Matt, and you may be able to fill in.
Sure, go for it.
Well, you know, OHM did write us a memo regarding with Amtrak and to expedite the whole process as far as it's by paying directly through the township. We think we can get this done a little bit more quickly than if we start going outside with outside firms, and trying to pay the invoices and whatnot. So this is really just to try to expedite it and deal directly with Amtrak.
Yeah, we had we had preliminary meetings with them on site. They basically gave us feedback. We got preliminary review comments, so this just formalizes everything. The township has to be the applicant. The contractor can't be. And in order for them to do the work, and the entire time we had a budget line item in the budget, we were right around kind of at 3.2 million of construction costs. We had those costs baked in our estimate there. All this does is kind of move that along. I suspect we will get Amtrak comments back within a month or two. But honestly, that's going to be in the latter stages of the project. So all this does is kind of move that part forward. This project was split up into 3 sections, basically where the pathway stops to the other side of the river, the railroad right-of-way portion, and then the remainder of the project. And we broke those out purposely because they're going to be done in stages. So we got some time, but this fee would have been either paid through the contract as we estimated, or you can advance those fees now. We decided to advance those fees, kind of exactly what Chris was saying, just to get that moving. And then we found out through Amtrak that the township has to be the applicant anyway. The contractor can't be. So it works out. We just wanted to make a separate memo because it's a separate transaction and separate check that will have to be cut. So.
Okay, thank you.
No, Trustee Brand already highlighted, we do have enough funding, but it is something that we're making a conscious decision on. It is a substantial amount of money. Look forward to seeing the project done and look forward to, moving on with the project complete. Thanks.
The only question I have is, there was an easement issue, and was remedied?
Not at this time. It's possible that attorney think may have a little more information, but we're still pursuing this time now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Trustee or Treasurer. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Clerk talked.
Yeah, thank you so much for your work, Murphy and Chris, Matt, everybody on this. Glad to see this done. I know that we've been kind of saving up in the Parks 208 fund balance for this project. And I just, I sent these notes to Chris a little earlier today, and passed them out so everybody had them in front of us. This again would be a total of 3.6. And I have the amount we budgeted, the amount in our capital plan. You'll see that this is higher for 2 reasons. One, the actual cost came back higher than planned in the capital plan, mostly just because of this Amtrak bit. But also, we had budgeted by estimating that, 80% of the work would be done this year, which, may still be true. But we have to appropriate for the Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act. We have to appropriate the full amount this year, even if we don't use it all. So that's why it's got to be tied up so that we can then lawfully authorize this full amount. So that is why I would just make a friendly suggestion on the model motion that we would add the bottom paragraph of what I wrote there on my notes, to comply with the UBAA, to authorize only funds that have been appropriated, to comply with our township order of resource use and fund balance policy, that we appropriate $1,229,000 from Fund 208 fund balance to 208-751-978 Zeeb Road 5 construction for a total of $3,613,000. I believe that would provide us with the budget amendment needed so that we can stay in compliance. The fund balance will go low, but that is the purpose of this special revenue fund, is to just make sure we have enough money in there to pay for any other capital projects that we've started. And we don't have any other big capital projects in Fund 208 right now.
So with your paragraph that's at the bottom here, to appropriate, become paragraph number 4.
Sure.
In the model motion.
That would be fine. Yep.
Then I would move the model motion with the additional paragraph 4 from the bottom of supplemental information regarding the appropriation and the total cost of $3,613,000.
I do want that.
Okay.
He got it. Yeah.
Well, he's at the bottom. The bottom to appropriate.
Yeah, that becomes number 4 on the model motion.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep, I support.
Okay. All right. I guess all in favor of.
Oh, David.
Oh, I'm sorry, David. That's your.
Just for clarification, Chris, this, or even Matt, this extra fee for Amtrak, why did we know this was coming?
No, it's not. It's not. We had about $100,000 in, call it, Amtrak permitting costs in our original budget number. It's just coming to you in a different form. We had it kind of rolled in as part of the contract in our initial estimates. We had about 2.9 to 3 million in the CIP for construction, and that included about $100,000 of Amtrak permitting. So this is the review fee. It's extremely expensive. Amtrak subs it out to big national firms. They do the review, and then there'll be additional costs coming from Amtrak when we actually do the construction on the inspection side. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to be out there inspecting it. They have their own third party doing that. So there'll be additional fees. There is a permit allowance in the contract for that. But the review fee is kind of getting broken out. Any unused monies that we have in the permit allowance will be a change order on the negative out, and there'll be a savings. But this was anticipated. I think we had anticipated review fees being about $25,000. So those were higher. But we had, I agree with the clerk said. We had about a little under 3 million in construction, and then we had about 530,000 all in for engineering / permitting. So, we were right around that 3.5, 3.6 mark. So, I do want to mention one other thing. The pedestrian bridge across the river is actually a 10-foot wide bridge. So I think, Chris, you said 8. So I just wanted to clarify, make sure everybody's not surprised that it's extra 2 feet wide. And then I do want to say Scio got extremely tight and good bidders. You guys had 5 reputable contractors, all of which were capable of building this job. So the QBS portion was very difficult. And to see those 5 prices that tight from 2.78 to 2.9, that's pretty hard to do. And so pretty happy with how they turned out given where prices have been lately. So anyway.
Question, wait, when you're done, David. Sorry. Right. So realistically, even if we, if I may fast track the payment to Amtrak, are we really able to do all of this, given the complexities? Are we really able to do all of this in 6 months, or even less than 6 months?
No. My gut tells me, David, that we will build phase 1 in calendar year 2026. I think we're going to continue to work on easement or other types of Plan B options. And then in spring of 27, we'll probably be going through the Tri-Air property and or the right of way in front of it, and we will build the Amtrak portion of the project when we do that. I don't think we would just build the Amtrak as a standalone. We do it congruent with the other property. So I think the goal, a realistic goal, and we work the contract in this manner. We gave flexibility to the contractor. They're anticipating on starting everything to get north of Peters Road upon authorization. The longest lead time is the bridge, so we'll see foundation work starting with that, the helicals, the different foundation work, the bridge be set. The road commission's actually going to, while the traffic is modified when the bridge is being dropped, they're going to do some repairs on that bridge. So we've been coordinating with them, and then by that time, hopefully by Halloween, Thanksgiving, that portion's done. The contractor will then demobilize and then come back and finish up with Tri-Air. If we end up getting an easement resolution and the weather cooperates, we could keep pushing further north this year. But I think for all intents and purposes, this job probably by the time, if the board awards this tonight, we get contracts executed, we'll start sometime after the 4th of July and we'll go till probably December 1st. And then it'll be buttoned up. And then it'll probably be starting up again in April, May, and then wrap up by June, July of 2027. So it's a big project.
So you think we'll be across the river this year?
Yes.
Okay, and then, so all 3.6 million will not be spent this fiscal year.
Agreed. I think 2/3 to 3/4 will be spent this fiscal year, and the remainder of it will be spent next fiscal year.
Okay. All right. Thank
We
you.
have the budget.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand, but we don't actually have to fork over the money. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Got it.
Trustee Riser?
Thank you. Sorry, David, to interrupt earlier. Is it 100-foot railroad right away, Matt?
Oh gosh, I don't have the plans in front of me or a scale. I can give you that. It's probably something close to that. Yeah, plus or minus.
Yeah, it's often that. Are people crossing that tracks there now kind of on their own?
Yep.
So is there an argument to be made that it would be safer to put that railroad crossing in kind of sooner anyways, just to avoid a train mishap? Because I assume that there'll be a stop sign and there'll be some safety features that would be a benefit to those who are illegally crossing in that area. And that's just a question.
They're probably crossing on the road shoulder within the road commission right away now. So that's kind of why we want to build this crossing when the Tri-Air part gets built in connection. Just because I think going across the river is not a big deal. I think that's actually a good thing and a safe thing. But if we can't build the rest of it because of easement issues, then we have a alternative option that will need road commission permitting this winter. But we can keep the pathway within the road right away. It's not my preferred option at all. I think it's probably, it's doable, but it's not preferred. So anyway, there's some things that Mariah and I have been discussing. We need to continue those discussions in the next several months. If we don't have a good answer or a resolution to this by, say, end of August, then we need to move forward with Plan B. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? No? All right, Clerk Flintoff? There's motion, second, and roll call. Is that what we're doing? I don't have a preference. Okay, well, we can just do a voice. All in favor of this,
Don't we have to do roll call? No.
no,
Okay.
model motion with the amendment for the addition? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you so much. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Yes. I thought you said 7. Okay, 07 is moved to unfinished business. Possible selection of consultant for workplace culture assessment, and we received two quotes, I guess, proposals. Go ahead.
So two proposals. You'll remember last time we talked, I was in contact with 5 different groups. 2 of them sent proposals. They are, as I said in the email yesterday, they are just proposals. So if you have comments or questions or you want some changes to it, just let me know. You can let me know tonight or you can email me later. I'm recommending the more robust proposal that involved one-on-one interviews, not just a survey. I can't say that.
Humanergy?
Yes. Humanergy. Yeah. Because they've been very responsive. I had numerous conversations with the person who will be running that assessment, and she seemed to have a good understanding of what I've been talking about as the toolkit that we're hoping comes out of this assessment. So it's not just finding out issues that are happening here, but it's also coming up with some suggestions for improvements. I accidentally left out the fire department. So the fire department definitely would need to be added into the scope and all that. If that's the group that you choose, I will let her know.
Trustee Reed, would you like to begin?
Sure. After long drawn out, we finally come to hopefully a conclusion tonight. I read both of these and I agree with our attorney. Humanergy is most robust, comprehensive, and most expensive.
Well, it's less expensive than what was proposed.
Yeah, well, that's true. And you get what you pay.
Yeah, I agree between the two. Humanergy, if that's how we're going to say it. Let's go with it. Humanergy is the better one. Raymond, I think, would be fine, but as there are auditors, I don't love the look of that. So would prefer Humanergy for that reason as well. Agree. I think the particulars of the methodology, I know it was just based on some conversations, but would want to kind of flesh out the scope. Certainly the fire chief has a role. The fire department as a whole has a role. They are, huge portion of our staff. I think have a particular experience, as does utilities, has a particular type of work. And so, yeah, I would be supportive of it. It sounds like there's ability to kind of send some of those small pieces of feedback to them, but I would imagine they'd kind of come up with a methodology and approach. Okay, great, thanks.
Well, I did read through both, and I did like Raymond. I thought it was more comprehensive. But so what I liked about them is that it seemed, I didn't think it was just surveys, where I thought the what's it called? Humanergy. Yeah, was so the Board of Trustees would not be interviewed. They would be a focus group. The leadership team would be a focus group. They would not be interviewed individually. Okay. And then past staff members.
Yes.
Employees that left within the past year. What I liked about the other one was the past 3 years. Because I think there's a lot to say for that as well. We have under one-on-one interviews, we have the finance manager Collier, but not the finance director.
I think a lot of things, I had the same reaction, Jillian. I think that was like fire is missing. There's some things that just sound like as they get to know the organization, they get the right list there. I wasn't taking that verbatim.
Okay, yeah,
Uh-huh.
and I do see recently departed employees, but then, okay. And yeah, just, and if we're just, I think we should go back to November of 2024 when this board was elected, as far as how many people have left since then. If we're not gonna go back a couple years as the other one. And this company also, so they do the evaluation, the assessment. It brings it back to the board, of course, and then would they still be able to provide other types of training and coaching, just like the other one?
Yes.
Good, okay.
Yes, that's an additional cost. So that would be something that we would negotiate after.
Yes. Okay. All right. Trustee, or it's like looking at my kid and then call my kids, everybody else's name, you know? Sorry about that, Treasurer Yapel.
I'm supportive of energy, and I'm ready to move forward with this. Thanks.
Okay.
I'm supportive of Humanergy, but I want to clarify the one-on-one interviews. It does not say individual trustees. And I think all the trustees should be interviewed one-on-one.
It's my understanding that that's going to happen, and I will clarify that.
Okay, I would prefer it if that is spelled out.
And
And what about department heads?
I think that whole list, Kathy, I don't know, maybe I was reading it wrong, but I mean, that whole list looks like, I mean, like they left off the entire fire department, like it looked like kind of a suggestion that would be finalized. Because I agree with you, Kathy, it seemed like it was not a very precise list. There's a lot of things missing.
Shouldn't we clarify that? I mean, could we get a new list, Mariah? We can still vote on this, and I support it, but I would like it spelled out with more precision.
Look at the investment, section number 3 is asterisk. And it says subject to change if the number of one-on-one interviews is increased.
I just showed that to Trustee Noel.
Okay.
well, yeah, because it says recently departed employees, but it doesn't list present staff under interviews. So that. Okay.
So it's going to increase the cost. Yeah, that's all.
Do you have anything else?
Well, I mean, the asterisk that you're referring to just states that if we increase the number of individual interviews, it will increase the cost.
Yep.
So that's fine. I think it's important for them to interview each board member.
Okay.
And I think it would be important to interview all department heads too.
Okay.
Other staff. I mean, they
Yes.
really talk to staff.
Yes. Well, I agree. But last time they didn't even talk to the trustees. So well, when we had the prior consultant come in, and do you remember, Ryan? He's nodding, and interview the clerk, treasurer, and supervisor. That person never talked to the trustees.
That's different.
I know.
This is in response to complaints from your staff.
I know. And I think the staff should be interviewed.
The staff.
I agree.
And obviously you will be involved also, but I don't want to move away from this request that's been made and make it about.
That's fine. I just want to be sure, because last time it seemed like it had very narrow scope.
Kathy, that one, and I think if we look back at our board agenda from that time, if I recall, it was specifically around communication with the supervisor, clerk, treasurer, HR manager, and office coordinator. and the person was brought in on that issue.
That may be correct, but I thought it was going to be more expansive than that. So, and this time we will get a report.
Yep. Data analysis and report preparation, presentation of findings and recommendations.
Okay.
That's the last two steps.
Okay.
And there's former Supervisor Hathaway, and not included is former Treasurer Palmer.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know why that was chosen, and I'm not sure that makes sense to have former Supervisor Hathaway.
It just depends on how many, honestly, I think the fair way to do it is like, how many years back are we trying to go? It's not about including or excluding. It's like, if we're saying we're talking to former people, then we're talking to former people 1 year back, 2 year back, 3 year back, whoever the people are. We're not gonna cherry pick, but, you know, one person from 3 years ago, but not another person here. That's not.
Well, that's why I pointed that out.
Right, but you're also talking about staff from 3 years ago, but not former supervisor.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I pointed out in Raymond that it was 3 years, and then having former Supervisor Hathaway, but not Palmer, and then you were the clerk this time and previously, so just to make it.
Yes, I agree. It should be even, like if there's a time period we want to look at, everybody should be included from whatever that time period.
I would be in favor of going back to November 24. I think our issues are more recent. I would leave it to them, but I would think it would just be the last 6 months, maybe the last year, but I don't think we need to go to 24. Certainly don't think we need to hear from Palmer and Hathaway and President Cohen, things like that. So you know, in part because that's a little bit of ancient history, and we've got current things to deal with, and to keep costs down.
I agree.
But that's my thinking on that. I have a motion that I am envisioning, but I want to wait until people have had to speak before I make it.
Okay, and you're complete with what you said?
I'm complete.
Okay, Trustee Grant?
Yes, I am supportive of whatever.
The company that needs to name themselves something we.
I never had a problem saying that for this exact moment. Trust me. Okay, so I like those guys. Some comments already, I didn't understand why Supervisor Hathaway would be in here. I think we should time box it no more than 1 year. Let's be fiscally responsible. Also, there's a notion of anonymity. I agree with anonymity for current electeds and employees. I totally disagree with anonymity for former employees. There is absolutely zero chance of retribution, and I think it keeps the person honest, that they should go on the record. Just that's my view. They should not be anonymous if they're former employees or former officials.
Okay, Trustee Reed, do you have anything new?
I'm sorry.
Oh, anything new too?
Nothing more yet.
Clerk Linda. Well, I am still. Yeah, I want to see this go back to November of 2024. We've had quite a few people that have left. And we'd have to go back and look at the dates, but I think that would cover, you know, this board. Everything else I'm in agreement with. Well, yeah. Okay, Treasurer April, do you have anything new?
I would also favor going back to November of 2024. To capture the employees who've left and just those who are willing to talk to us or to the firm here about why they've left and their observations working here. So I think it's relevant.
So you think there was this?
I don't know.
In November 2024?
Yeah, we were elected, took office.
No, but I'm being quite serious. I think I'm just saying, I think you gotta balance it against cost then, Kathy, then what's the cost? And I don't care if it's November 2024, because I think that we do need to kind of put a not to exceed amount on this proposal.
Well, I think we need to have it be broad enough in time to capture some of the people who've departed who might want to talk to this company.
Say that they have this.
Yeah.
Extending it just an extra few months is probably not gonna make that big.
No.
Yeah.
So I think November 2024 makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it makes sense not to have former board members necessarily.
Didn't we at least have a honeymoon? Can't we make it January 1st, 25? Didn't we all get along for a little while?
Oh, it's,
You know, it was the holiday.
let's start in December 1st then, if you want to have.
It's being,
Okay.
you're cutting it.
Okay.
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 Well, John, you said you had a motion.
I do, but I want, my motion, I move that Scio Township allocate up to $20,000 for Humanergy to conduct a comprehensive culture assessment as set forth in their proposal and to provide a report to Scio Township Attorney Mariah Fink. The scope of the work shall be focused from January 1st, 2025 forward.
Wait, what? Say that again?
I say 1/1/25 between I don't know.
Who left during, December of that year? Do you
I
know?
don't think anybody did.
I don't know.
We had a nice Christmas
What's the
party.
point of doing January 1st instead of December or November?
Right now, Riser has a motion.
Yeah. I support it.
But here's another thing, it says subject to change if number of one-on-one interviews is increased, and how many one-on-one is in this
10 to 12.
That's not gonna be enough.
Why don't we wait and see and can come back for a issue we need it.
I said
Agreed.
because that's a little more than 19, and you can maybe argue with them on the, this is all subject to do we need to put a proviso subject to attorney approval?
Well, we have, no. So there's seven board members. That means there would be 3 or 5 more one-on-ones that would be included in this. And that's not going to be close to how many staff members we have.
That's my concern about the
They're doing.
No, we have 50 staff members right now.
Also, a survey that will capture a lot of information from people, and they're doing facilitated focus groups. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So not every single person is going to need a one-on-one interview, I think is the thinking there.
I have a friendly amendment with the riser and grants motion and to, just so lest we forget, and to appropriate $20,000 for general fund balance. So this is not budgeted to 101 E23.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
As will riser.
Friendly amendment, 25.
No.
Yeah, and the other one says 30 employees in 5 data groups is 6,500.
It's just a survey.
That was a survey.
There are no
I see.
one-on-one interviews.
Or small group interviews at all.
even, I'm not opposed to that, but I'm just wondering if we could have our attorney negotiate the price, and they have some concerns about cost and they want a little more, but I don't know. I mean,
It could be subject to a change order.
I just think we need it.
so that's why I said 20,000, but it's a something more.
Oh, what, 1,000 more? 1,000?
Call the question.
Yes, let's call it.
Yeah.
Ryan, would you please reread your motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
I move that Scio Township allocate up to $20,000 from General Fund 101-101-823 for humanity to conduct a comprehensive culture assessment as set forth in their proposal, and to provide a report to Scio Township Attorney Mariah Fink. Period. The scope of the work shall be focused from 1/1/25 forward.
And an appropriation of 20,000 general fund balance.
I thought I said that, but
No, thank you. You did the authorization. I just think the budget amendment.
okay, I'm sorry. Period. There, and then Jessica's budget amendment.
Got it.
Thank you. You're doing the minutes. No matter what I say.
Well, Cheryl is. Okay.
This is roll call.
Yeah, let's do a roll call.
Brant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yay.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yay.
Flintoff, yes. Motion passes 7-0.
I like that,
Thank you.
David. It
Thank
sounded
you, Brian.
more fun that way.
First Flintoff, I know what's next. Thank you. Possible action recommendation from the Multimodal Transportation Committee. Treasurer Yeaple?
Sure. Thank you. So the Multimodal Transportation Committee has met 3 meetings in 2025, 10 meetings in 2026 as of the end of April. We obviously here at the board have heard from a number of transit enthusiasts in the community. The Multimodal Transit Committee has heard from a number of those individuals as well. We have a recommendation this evening from the committee, and Trustee Reed and I serve on that Multimodal Transit Committee. It is attached to the agenda. There's a whole background behind it. I trust everybody's read it, so I won't read it here again. But there's, I guess, 3 asks out of the Multimodal Transit Committee at the moment. One, that the board approve an agenda item either, well, it's not an agenda item tonight to approve it, but I guess the next meeting to inform AAATA and waive of the Board of Trustees' interest of extending the purchase of service agreement for next fiscal year, which is their fiscal year is 10/1/26 to 9/30/27. That would give additional time for AAATA to review the cost of service to the township, and it will enable the Multimodal Transit Committee to develop a transit plan to meet the needs of Scio Township. 2 is that the Board of Trustees continue to support public transit in the township and reviews long-term funding opportunities included but not limited to county funding, grants, fund balance, PUD public benefits, and other legally permissible funding sources. And 3, the Board of Trustees considers an increase of the transportation millage in 2028.
I move to accept the recommendation from the Multimodal Transportation Committee.
I'd support.
Okay, all in favor? Or is there this? Okay, go ahead.
I want to thank you guys for your work. I really appreciate that we have a committee that's really digging into this issue. And I hope that this committee will be continuing. I know we thought it would be ad hoc. There's a lot of information to slog through. So thank you, David, Ryan, Christy, Jan, others, Christy. I do want to say, I understand because it's complex, we have to kick the can down the road another year. That said, number 3, I have concerns that we would make a policy statement that the board would consider an increase of the transportation millage in 2028 for a couple reasons. I think it's obvious that, we may need to do that. But I think being so specific about 2028 to being so definitive that we would consider it, that's more than we've even said about roads funding millage or anything else. And so I'm opposed to number 3 because I certainly don't have enough information to state that I would consider a transportation millage. If we do need to consider a transportation millage, I would also like to consider, if we know we need it, why wouldn't we consider 2026? And I say that because, as we know, sometimes voters say no.
Why don't we just strike in 2028? The data that's it.
I would be supportive of that.
I'd be supportive of that.
That we would consider, but not just consider, but I'd really ask that the committee really look at what that might look like and, you know, what it would fund and what we could possibly do to control the costs with these transit agencies.
Yeah. And I'll share a couple of other quick things with this. Obviously, I've been, as I mentioned earlier in my report, I've been meeting with county officials to see what we can do on that short-term funding. I had a really good conversation about an hour long last Friday with SEMCOG. They do have some funding available through a carbon mitigation program that could assist with bus funding rather. It is generally tiered, so it's 3 years long. It tends to trail off the most in year 1, some in year 2, some in year 3. That funding's currently committed and planned through 2029. However, they're looking into what other programs may not necessarily be following through or maybe having, execution issues or things at other communities. So I had that conversation. We've had some good conversations with local folks, but I'm all for doing something sooner. We were trying to do the best we could with what resources we had and show, and I think that goes to show, hopefully, at least the voters, that we're trying to pull together whatever we can do internally. Because, yeah, like you said, we all hope that we get a resounding yes.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, worst case scenario, we get nothing. We're in November 2028. Let's say we put that the capture is immediate.
Yep.
December 2028. But what if that goes down? I mean, I think, when are we in the red, Ryan? I mean, before 2028, right?
Yeah.
Next year. So I'm just concerned that that's not realistic.
I agree.
And this was on the ballot in 2024?
August 2024.
August. Okay.
So I would accept a friendly amendment to my motion.
I would as well.
So that would be on number 3. Could we ask the committee to explore the development of a transportation millage proposal? I mean, to look into it
Yeah.
for no particular year, whenever.
Yeah. I'll work internally with the finance team because I think by June 18th, there'll be field work for the audit, but
Yeah.
we can start working towards that. Yeah, towards the projection thing.
I'm going to support this, but I know that there's some interest in the community for a roads millage as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, do we have some sense of when each might be coming forward, whether it's best to put them on primary, whether it's put it on in November, whether one goes this year, one goes next year, or is that way too early to even think about that kind of stuff?
The road advisory committee, we have already stated, we're shooting for November election. This year.
No, I figured that's what you meant.
Oh, okay. Did you not pay attention during our presentation?
I did.
Oh.
No, I was just pointing out that
Yeah.
there could be multiple villages.
Yep. I mean, all the more reason to think sooner rather than later.
Okay. All right.
chances.
Right.
Call the question?
Support. Well, okay, so what was the friendly amendment, just to be clear? Everything else is the same, correct? Number 1, number 2, and then
Number three is, leaving.
Striking in 2020.
Yeah, striking
Okay.
in 2028.
Okay, and do you, I guess, roll call vote?
Sure.
Grant,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser.
Yeah.
Carrie,
Yes.
Yeaple,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Ryan and David.
Okay, case 7. Nomination of Dave Fisher for the LASA Board of Directors. Okay, just to give a little history on this, and it's also stated in Clerk Flintoff's 04, but a few months ago, or 2 months ago, our treasurer, Brian Yeaple, had resigned from the LASA board, and that's his prerogative, and did not nominate a person for his replacement. Brian was contacted by Andrea Dorney, the LASA board member that was here earlier, with her recommendation for Dave Fisher, stating that he's interested in serving. Brian did not act on that. He's been busy, I understand that. A few weeks later, I brought it up to Treasurer Yeaple, and he said it was on his list, but not important at the time. He had other things to do. Understandable. A few more weeks went by and still no action, so I asked him again, and he gave me the same answer. So it was brought up to me. I'm the chair of the LASA board, which makes me the chair of the LASA operations committee. And they had brought it up to me about this empty vacancy. So I put a placemaker for the April 28th meeting, and I let Treasurer Yeaple know, and he created one for that agenda and removed mine, which is fine. And then April 27th was our LASA board meeting, and then also our agenda was published for the 28th, and I noticed it was removed. And I asked him about it right before I went into the board meeting, and he stated that he had lengthy conversations with the attorneys and decided to remove it. And I don't know when that happened, but he also stated that Clerk Flintoff told him it would stay vacant until the LASA articles were amended. Then I stated that Webster Township Clerk resigned from LASA. She nominated her qualified choice, and their board appointed him. He fit the criteria. And then he said, Scio Township's attorneys have a difference of opinion on the articles than Webster Township attorneys. Webster Township attorneys never reviewed the articles, so I don't know where that came from. I did contact Attorney Mariah Fink, Jim Fink, and LASA attorney Matt Jane, asking them if they had conversations about the nominations and appointments, and they did not. Attorney Mariah did say that she remembers some type of something coming up, but it wasn't on her where she was involved in it. So I brought this forward because Treasurer Yeaple did not. So it's been sitting there for 2 months, and then when I brought it forward, then Clerk Flintoff put her agenda item on there. So going back to Dave Fisher, so doing some research on July 8th of 2025, Clerk Flintoff proposed to the Scio Township Board of Trustees an agenda item N3, appointment of Scio Township members to LASA board in support appointments to the board for LASA customers. She stated in the background, I find that there are benefits both to having township officials and LASA customers on as township representatives on the LASA board. She also stated there were no term limits. This is inaccurate. LASA Articles of Incorporation, page 16 and 17, Amendment 3, Article 7, state, number 1, each said third member, which would be a trustee, from each township shall be so appointed by the township board of which he or she is a member for a term of 4 years commencing at 12 noon on November 20th of the year in which the general election at which township officials are elected is held. Directly from the articles. Number 2, in the event that any member of the authority board who is a member of the township board chooses not to serve as a member of the authority board, that member may nominate any person who is qualified elector of the township to serve the member's term, provided that such nomination is approved by the township board of that township. Now here it says may nominate. So Treasurer Yapel did not have to nominate. So I am bringing that forward, this nomination forward. Number 3, vacancies for unexpired terms shall be filled for the remainder of such term by the respective appointed bodies authorized by law to fill the vacancy, thereby existing on the board of such appointing authority. So this brings me back to the term of the next appointment. If Trustee Reed is appointed, his term may end on November 20th, 2026, depending on the outcome of the election. If he is not, we will have to go through this nomination and appointment process again. I brought a Dave Fisher nomination because we needed to fit the vacancy to be fulfilled. He is highly qualified. He is a Scio Township resident, relevant experience with engineering background, utility background. He is a LASA customer and has served on the LASA operations committee for quite some time. If he is appointed, his term will end on November 20th, 2028. If Trustee Reed is appointed, his term may end on November 20th, 2026, and we will have to go through the same process again. The water and sewer systems are complex, serving 545 homes, and it takes time for a new member to learn. We already have a relatively new board and operations committee, except for, respectively, Andrea Dorney, Jessica Flintoff, David Fisher, Mike Lewis, and Neil Garrow. Having members with short-term seats does not serve LASA customers well. The LASA board needs long-term members with relevant experience and institutional knowledge. David Fisher, already familiar with LASA as an operations committee member, fits this requirement. The process that we have for our committees is different than the process that we have for LASA because it is stated in the Articles of Incorporation. So this is where I am coming from, and I do support Dave Fisher for the LASA board because of the facts of these different things that I have just said. He has also included his resume. If you haven't read it yet, I did include the full Articles of Incorporation with the 3 amendments. This was not provided to the board back when I'm sorry, what was it, N3 or N8 from that time? And there's a lot of inaccuracies with this agenda item from back then. So I want to make sure that we are clear that we have the facts. Okay, yes, I'm starting one end or the other, and then we go down. Trustee Reed, should I start at the other end since you're kind of the subject?
No, you can start with me.
Okay, go ahead.
Listening to you and listening to Mark and rereading his resume, I kind of have to agree with you guys. The only thing I disagree with Mr. Fisher, Dave, if I may, is that, as I understand it, there are 3 HOAs in LASA and Lockout Line.
Yeah.
And there's already 2 members from one of the HOAs, and this would be a 3rd. It would be nice if we could get somebody from the LASA area who's on one of the other 2. Now I understand one of them is very small, it's only a handful of homes, the other, and so it might be difficult. Maybe nobody in that area wants to. In which case, I think Mr. Fisher probably a good addition.
And I believe the 2 other HOAs are in Webster Township. Or
No.
All of them, or partial, just like the other. Okay, for Clinton.
Thank you. Jillian and I have never talked about this until now. So I want to be clear about that. And this is the first time the board has ever had this item come forth. It is a board decision. Any member of the board may nominate for this position, as we know. I would say, and I guess we do need to ask you a question. I hadn't asked you because I thought it was apparent, but Mariah, I will ask if you could look at this while we're discussing it. Articles of Incorporation Amendment 3, Article 7. Each said third member shall be appointed by the Township Board of which he or she is a member for a term of 4 years, commencing at 12 noon on November 20th of the year of the general election at which township officials are elected is held. Could you take a look at that and give us your interpretation? I will remind the board that when we appointed trustee, does that mean 4 years? When it says a term of 4 years, does that mean 4 years?
Don't have staggered terms.
No, not here. So Mariah, the particular, because these articles are amended so much, it's Amendment 3, Article 7.
We've been finding
Which you're finding, it's in both packets.
Case 7.
So what I want to say is a couple of things about LASA. It's a joint authority of Webster and Scio. And yes, as I put in my item, I think there's merits both to having people from the LASA service area as well as merits to having people from each board. As you know, we have a fiduciary responsibility for the LASA service area. And when the LASA Articles of Incorporation were first written, LAIA was the only HOA that existed. Therefore, LAIA, a private HOA, directly appoints one member to LASA. Each of the 3 other boards have 3 reps. When Webster Township, I'll remind the board, when Scio Township had the opportunity to appoint then trustee Patrick McLaughlin, his term continued when he was no longer a trustee. So at least at that time, LASA and Scio interpreted 4 years to mean 4 years, regardless of job change. I don't know if that was correct, but that is what we did. Regarding when the interest from other HOAs, LASA has heard from interest from others wanting to be involved. One Scio resident has been contacting the board for about 1.5 years or so. She showed up at our last meeting and was trying to have her HOA represented, even informally at LASA. So they have a higher elevation. It helps with information sharing. I would say from a fairness point of view, even if the Articles of Incorporation don't say anybody from any of the LASA service area is eligible, I think that's what's fair. I think if you're a customer in the area, you should have a right to be on that board. This would be a way, if there isn't anybody else on this board who wants to serve, I think having a Scio resident from the LASA service area, open it up for 2 weeks. Maybe it's Dave Fisher, who's wonderful and said he's fine with whatever the process is. He's a great candidate and he may be this board's, but we haven't asked who else is interested. And if there were somebody from the LASA service area, from one of those 2 other HOAs, there might be an advantage to appointing them. In addition to the one LAIA directly appointed position on the 7-member board, the Webster Township clerk stepped down from her position. I happened to be at that Webster Township board meeting for another matter, so I heard the conversation and saw the vote on it. That Webster Township board was split with Trustee Harms, member of the LASA board himself, voting against the appointment of yet another person who is a member of LAIA. It's Brian Cole, a fantastic member, a Webster resident, another member of LAIA. But Trustee Harms, there was a split vote at Webster for this very reason. His position was, as mine is, that if we are to appoint yet another LASA customer, that it should represent a one of the other two HOAs if there's somebody interested. And that's why he voted against that. So I want to bring that to the table. I think the third thing, which people who have been around know, but I think is clear is, it used to be a private system, LAIA, and there's a reason why county health and other entities swooped in and said it should be publicly administered. Now, it can be publicly administered with people at arm's length from the board, but it's also, I think there's a little more accountability, if less familiarity, when there is somebody like a trustee who is that third seat. So for those reasons, I think it's proper to either appoint, if not David, somebody else from this board, or open it up for 2 weeks and try to recruit a LASA customer from the other HOAs. My understanding is that it is a 4-year appointment and that there isn't this concern about that it doesn't follow somebody's position if we make that appointment, but I defer to our attorney when she has an answer.
Whoever takes Treasurer Gable's position, if that person gets a 4-year term starting when they're appointed, or if they finish the rest of his term.
No, my question is, do they finish all of his term no matter what job they have in this world?
If they're
If they are no longer a Scio Township board member because they win
Say that
or
again.
lose.
Yes, finish his term.
Right.
So it says right here.
A 4-year term.
No, well, what it says is that member may nominate another person, blah, 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 to serve the member's term, provided that nomination is approved by the township board.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
that person is finishing his term.
November 2028.
Got it.
So
Thank you.
It wouldn't matter if that person is a trustee and then no longer a trustee?
No.
Correct, okay. Okay,
Is it then at every 4 years, the LASA board could possibly change?
yes.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Institutional knowledge.
except, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Jillian, except the LAIA seat
Well.
has no,
That does too.
that as well has the 4.
Yes.
So yeah, so it is every 4.
And we do have representation from all of the HOAs. We have the operations committee, we have Neil. Neil Darrell, but he's Mike Lewis and Lisa that shows up on Zoom every once in a while. So I believe the other woman, I don't know, I don't know which HOAs they come from, but the one that was there, Frances.
Yeah, she's the one who's been interested, Francine.
But Francine, sorry. Which neighborhood does she live in?
Yeah, East Delhi.
East Delhi. And do you know which one Mike Lewis lives in? Because he doesn't live in.
I don't. But Jillian, one thing, those aren't actually people with any formal position. The operating committee, per our articles of incorporation, is composed of only 3 of the 7 board members. Informally, we have other people who are a part of it, which is good, but that's informal. They don't actually have any power in the organization formally.
They do have institutional knowledge background.
They have value, but no power.
Correct. So that's why I'm nominating Dave Fisher to this seat, because he has the background and he would also have the power. If he's nominated or if he's appointed. But okay. Yes, I'm sorry. Treasurer Gable, did you have any?
Thank you. I believe Mr. Fisher would be a great candidate. I also think that the process that Clerk Fennell brought up would be a wonderful idea. I mean, I think it'd be great if we did the process, see if it seems like Mr. Fisher's interested. I would support him at that point. I'd also support, looking at this other Francine, I didn't get your last name, Quayle, okay. Or anyone else that wants to come forward. And obviously, we could have 1 applicant or 7, see who may the best, most qualified person serve the community. I would look forward to that. Thanks.
Trustee Noel.
Okay, I think
Dave Fisher is exceptionally qualified. I've never met him, but having a degree in environmental engineering from the University of Michigan gives him an edge, in my opinion. And, you know, Jessica, I hear your opinion, you know, how you want maybe wider representation from the HOA there. But here's an exceptionally qualified person who is saying they're interested at this time. Why don't we want to jump on it? I mean, there will be opportunities for others down the road too. We won't, you guys aren't going to see someone with these qualifications very often, if at all. Well, start advertising in the newsletter or online at Loch Alpine. Okay. I mean, how does LASA advertise? I don't know. Through their utility bill. There you go.
That's about it. I
mean, put a little blurb in the utility bill saying anyone interested in future potential appointment to LASA.
They're not eligible unless by Webster side.
Okay, but well, somehow through Webster or Scio, put it out there. I mean, we have a website.
Just happened.
Okay, we're all doing it.
Well, and I suggest that anybody that is interested attend the operations meetings or we can open that up to more members. And that would give them more of the opportunity to understand the operations. I mean, and then later on, if the articles are amended, I'm sure that they will be, and that opens it up to more than just board members for the board, or each township board members for the LASA board, then they would have more of an opportunity. They would be educated on the way through and possibly would want to be on the LASA board. But we're not at that point. We're just.
So we need to make a suggested nomination. And I think this guy would be a great choice. No.
Trustee Reiser?
I would support the appointment of Mr. Fisher. His qualifications are stellar. The fact that he's got an environmental engineering degree from U of M and written paper on cleanups and groundwater sampling just makes him a stellar candidate from an academic standpoint. But the fact that he lives there, has been in the operations committee for 3 years, like, no one on this side of this table wants to be on this thing. My brother is on the, you want to be on it? I'm sorry. I mean, I don't want to speak to people, but I'm this side of the table. You're on the side. So this is the non-sewer side. And I get
sewer issues.
Well,
because this kind of thing, I deal with some of this for my job, my day job. And my brother's on the Multi-Lakes Sewer Authority. And this is just thankless work. The fact that people want to do this, he's qualified, he's been doing it. I would heartily support him. And my apologies, even over Dave Reed, who I support in other elections or matters. So I'm supporting Fisher.
Trustee Grant?
Yes, I have some pointed comments. I have no issue with Dave Fisher. He has qualifications. What I have a problem with is how this item has been presented, how it's been moderated. I want everyone to notice that the moderator gets to rebut every one of us. That means she gets to speak 6 times plus her own plus anything else. That's not a fair moderation. Another pointed point. I don't like the way this item was presented as an attack to my colleagues. That's totally unnecessary. It's not the way to advocate for your position. This happened at our last board meeting where it was, the whole point was to attack our treasurer. And I have strong objections to that. Again, Mr. Fisher looks qualified. I support a process that opens it up to other people. Same process we do for any of our committees in Scio Township. This is a Scio Township nomination. I am in support of 04 to have a more open nomination process.
Okay, anything new? No.
I would suggest that on the model motion, Jillian, that part of that we request that Dave, whatever it looks like, request that he provides some regular reporting to the board, and maybe it's twice a year or something, but like we have with our committees, something, because when a board rep is one step removed, i.e. somebody who's not on the board, I think that's something that we have challenges with. So I would like to have whatever that looks like, but to request that he provide just regular reporting to the board. It can be informal and infrequent, but directly, because he's representing, Lassa's dealing with a lawsuit. Lassa's dealing with a lot of, like, the board's got to stay apprised at what's going on.
Okay, that would fall under the chair, though, not necessarily an appointee.
Well, actually, the 3 members of this board are co-equal members. The chair of Lassa is the chair of Lassa, but these 3 members are the 3 members who represent Scio. The 3 appointees, whoever we are. In this case, the supervisor, the clerk, and Dave, we're co-equal.
So, Jessica, you're requesting the consideration of a regular report?
It could be twice a year.
You've been on Lassa all this time. You haven't given us a regular report.
I do. I usually defer to Jillian because she typically does, but I have over the years the regular reports.
Of Lassa?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. And certainly, yeah. Yes, Kathy.
I said, okay.
Thank you. I would say that both of the members to my left that have given regular reports on Lassa of various types and sorts, litigation, service issues, things that have come up. So it does happen. It's not always long. It's not always a specific agenda item per se, but it has come up.
And I would just remind this board that the treasurer and the clerk's team, and the supervisor all do a lot of work for Lassa. We do daily cash receipting. We do all of the mail. We do all of the booking. So all of the AP.
Help out with IT tickets.
Yeah, helping with IT tickets, running. So certainly through that contract that we agreed to, the MOU, which I'm sure you remember, Kathy. So we do daily work for Lassa. So certainly I would expect Dave to, provide a report, nothing onerous. Like if it's once a year, if it's twice a year, but I want to make sure that this board can rely on, all 3 members, as I know we can, to get information when needed.
So are you suggesting that the AP that Lassa pays for from Scio provide a report as well? And IT services, which we contract and pay for?
Jillian, what report? I give that report regularly at Lassa. Whatever you want to know, you can ask.
Or the report to, you want Dave to report to Lassa?
No, I'm just saying that Dave be available as the Scio rep. Whether it's my proposed amendment to your motion is to, and request that he provide periodic reporting to the Board of Trustees. Just as we ask any of our other committee members.
But not all committee members do that, only.
Yeah, but our rep does, you know what I mean?
That doesn't mean you can't report either.
Right.
I'm gonna support that.
Thank you, John.
Because you can still report. You're the supervisor, you control the agenda, you could report, but having his perspective, if he's appointed, we're not there yet, as someone with his technical background and operations committee, I think would be a good perspective. So I'm okay with having him have to report once in a while, and then you can report every month.
Yeah.
So I don't think of this as anti-you.
I didn't say that.
No,
I
I
find it a little odd because LASA is its own authority we have regular reports. I mean, we have staff meetings, we have all of that, and everything is in our minutes, and if you're really interested in, something big that comes up, but, LASA or the township is not liable for LASA. Either townships are not. This is an authority.
Oh, yes,
Excuse me. No, that's not correct. I have talked with the LASA attorney about this. So, and also I would like I'm going to suggest this. I know that you don't like the way I moderate. However, attend a WCRC board meeting and you will see how a professional board is run. And the moderator is in control of the meeting. So if there's anything else, let's get back to task. Is there anything else regarding this?
Is there a second for my motion to amend the model motion to say, and
I'll
request
second
that he provides periodic reporting to the Board of Trustees? Okay, so motion by Flintoff, support by Reed to amend the model motion.
And I would move the model motion as amended. It would appoint David Fisher as the next LASA rep, and look forward to his appointment and hearing from him a couple times a year in whatever form he deems appropriate.
Support.
Okay.
Roll call.
Yes.
I'm requesting a roll call.
Go ahead.
Brandt?
No offense, Dave Fisher, no.
Noel?
Yes.
Reed? Reiser?
Yes.
Harry?
Yes.
Yeaple?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Motion passes 6-1. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Okay, possible action. Oh, we've already done. Possible action, implement a workplace violence prevention policy. What is that?
Someone's phone.
John's phone.
No, not me this time.
All righty.
Trustee Brandt.
Do you want me to introduce this item?
You prepared this?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, I found a need to put a policy together based on something that was reported directly to me. I really don't want to talk about the people that were involved. I don't think it's fair to our employee. I also was motivated by a resident letter that suggested there are regulations involved. So I did my typical research. This is a very well researched policy, which I detail that based on OSHA General Duty Clause, it requires all employees to provide a safe workplace for employees, which includes taking steps to minimize the threat of workplace violence. Unlike some OSHA standards that apply only to specific industries and types of employee, every employer is required to comply with this obligation and to do what they can to keep employees safe in the workplace. So we are mandated, not only through OSHA, but also through the ADA for those people that it applies to, also the Civil Rights Act. So I did the research. I found actual policies. I have recommendations from and source from the National Law Review. That is sourced. It shows the actual source. I didn't write that. This is written by a qualified attorney. And I scribed a potential policy. That policy has been reviewed by our labor attorney. He made substantial changes. I incorporated every change that he requested. And so what you have before you is a policy, which looks like we are mandated to have such a policy. It's very detailed in how it is implemented, how it's administered, how records are kept. So in line with the requirement for records, I have created an incident report that would be used. These are for reported incidents or incidents reported to a direct supervisor. I believe we need to start keeping track of things. Violence in the workplace does not necessarily mean physical violence. If you read the policy, as you read the supporting documentation, plenty of actions would be included that potentially lead to physical violence. This is a prevention program to document, investigate, report, and hopefully address individuals. This policy would apply to all employees, all elected officials. It's full review by our attorney. I don't think that that can be discounted. So I am recommending this. Other trustees, specifically David Reed, I ran it by him. He was supportive. He made some suggestions. What changes I could make, I put in there, but everything he suggested was fully incorporated by Bill Thacker. So David, I hope you're comfortable with that. I added the page numbers as you suggested. I might add another item procedurally that I think we need to start dating, putting a date on our policies. For example, the credit card policy, or maybe we do that, Clerk Funto, when you.
You know, I do a cover sheet
Yeah.
for them that has a date, but I should add a date to every page, including attachments. But yeah, I do a cover sheet with.
So I don't have that in this, but I could do it. There was some feedback that the font is too small. I agree. On my computer, I could read it fine because I probably expanded it, but we can certainly change the font to make it readable. And I recommend we implement this. It's simply a policy. It is nothing more than a procedural policy.
Trustee Riser.
Oh, well, there you go. On the workplace violence incident report form, it says supervisor. I would like that to say supervisor / manager. So it so it's clear that it's regarding the employee or the reporter's supervisor or manager rather than an elected official like treasurer, trustee or whatever, if that makes sense.
What if we said like employee supervisor, employees?
Or manager, yeah, but I just, you know.
I think that was also within the policy itself. That was addressed by Bill Thacker. And I agree, John. I agree. It's not a capital S. It's in this sense, it's a small s, but I could make it comply with what Bill Thacker said, which was director / manager / supervisor.
And then one of the points that I had on this is on the actual policy, and that has to do with prohibited behavior number 8, possession of weapons of any kind in Scio Township property, including parking lot, exterior premises. Some of that's subject to state law on the possession of firearms. So I would say, comma, I would ask that you would consider a friendly amendment, comma, consistent with state law. Because if someone has a concealed pistol license, they can carry where the law lets them carry. And you invite a lawsuit when you say no guns, when the state law allows them to have guns, even though we might not like it. So I would ask that it say consistent with state law, if that could be friendly.
Well, we don't have a motion on the table yet.
Well, no, but but when it comes to that, I would actually consider under 8. And then I guess my last comment is I don't like the title. I appreciate what you're trying to do. We need to protect our employees from violence. But I'm wondering if you would consider, and I have notes that they're somewhere, that we, you know, implement a workplace violence prevention and professional conduct or appropriate conduct policy. So in other words,
Like respectful conduct.
Respectful conduct or a respectful, good morning, ma'am. How are you? Good day, sir. So I'm being facetious, but like appropriate conduct or I had a whole bunch of.
Yeah, so if we don't say please and thank you, we're gonna get written up.
No, I want to say, like a workplace conduct or professional behavior. So in other words, I think it should be, the scope should be broader than just violence. It should be short of violence. Implement a workplace violence prevention and workplace conduct policy.
That sounds good.
It's how you act in the work.
Violence is a very loaded word.
Yep.
So, but
yeah,
we all conduct ourselves, but we don't commit violence.
No, I think what you're saying is the mere title implies something much broader than
we're going after fisticuffs, but it's short of that.
So isn't it a workplace violence prevention policy?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, but I think we want to prevent more than violence. We also want to prevent flare-ups, and we want to prevent behaviors that, while not violent, are intimidating and disruptive.
Does that include other types of behavior? Well, anyways,
So-
are you finished with what you're?
I'm finished with the points that I would have to make. I'm going to support this, but I will say, with respect to any of us at this board, I don't know that it necessarily applies to us as electeds. We need to behave properly, but if we are the subject of a complaint, then it might be, I would defer to counsel on this, that the way to impact our behavior would be at the ballot box or through a recall election or things like that. I know in the past there was complaints about a particular trustee, and it was, well, that's what elections are for. So I don't know. I mean, the policy is one thing, how it gets implemented is TBD. And I would just advise us that we might be limited on how we can react to a complaint against an election.
Just a note. John, did you land on what your proposal was for the title?
Do you want to think about it, John?
I thought, workplace conduct, implement a workplace violence prevention and conduct policy.
Got it.
Because it's more than things that fall short of violence.
Which is actually defined in the policy.
I know, but I just want the title. I just would like the title.
I understand, John.
Trustee Noel?
Well, I too would like a slightly different title because I want to go back to the day this happened. And in my opinion, based on what I've heard, there was no violence. I was at the township hall that day for over 3 hours, almost 4. And everyone in the building was tense and upset. Everyone that I spoke to, which is several people, 5 or 6 people. But in particular, Christy, Jillian, Nikki. Okay. I'll just say the air was tight with tension. So when I was gone when the incident occurred, and when I heard about it later, I was told apologies had been made, people were working it out, and they were going to continue a process of working it out. So I'm surprised to see it characterized this way, because of course I don't condone the yelling, but workplace violence wasn't what happened. And the implication is that there was a threat of violence. Well, that's subjective. And a lot of the requirements in this reporting form are highly subjective. It depends on the perceptions of the individuals involved. I will say that I think this incident was a reflection of greater issues at the township hall. It's symptomatic of problems that we have here. And I think it maybe is okay to have some policies in place to spell some things out about workplace behavior. But the real problem is what's going on here at the township board relationships, and other dynamics that are present here at the township. So right now, I don't know how I will vote on this, and I'm going to have some more comments on it later. As we continue this discussion, it's going to have to be a discussion. I'm done for now.
Treasurer.
Yes. I support this policy. I don't see how anyone, we may want to work on, adjectives or synonyms for some of these words, but it comes down to behavior, and ultimately everyone deserves to feel safe where they work. We may not all agree on everything that we bring up, as far as policies or priorities. One person might think this is more important than that, and that's okay. That is going to happen. But yelling and screaming is never the way we need to do business here. And it's just not okay. And staff nor elected officials nor members of the public should have to be worried about how they're going to be approached or treated by someone, by anyone that's here. It's just not okay. So that's why I'm fully supportive of this policy. If we want to work on synonyms for some of the other words we want to place into the title or things like that, okay. But I think we all need to acknowledge that yelling and screaming is not okay. It is a precursor in many cases to things that can escalate. Not always, but often. And we need to, work together to support our staff and our residents do the business we're here to do. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Well, I have been the target of this workplace violence prevention policy, and as if I'm the only one that has bad behavior. There's been a lot of bad behavior from trustees. And I have been the target of defamation, slander, harassment, bullying since pretty much taking office. So I have a couple things here that I'm going to say. The first thing is, to the Scio Township Board of Trustees and members of the community, we, the undersigned staff members, are writing to express our collective support for Supervisor Jillian Carey in response to the recent accusations made by a member of the Township Board. We find misrepresentation disturbing and unprofessional. We have continuously observed the unjust attacks on Supervisor Carey. In our day-to-day work with Supervisor Carey, we have consistently found her to act with professionalism, integrity, and a strong commitment to the well-being of both staff and the community. Her leadership and decision-making reflect fairness, transparency, and respect for established policies and procedures. The allegations that have been raised do not align with our direct experience working alongside Supervisor Carey. We believe it is important that any concerns be addressed through a fair, fact-based process that allows for full context and avoids bias, misrepresentation. We are requesting the process allows staff to voice our opinions and experience of those who have accused the supervisor of any perceived wrongdoing. We stand in support of Supervisor Carey and her continued role in serving our organization and community. We respectfully urge that all matters be handled with care, accuracy, and professionalism. This is signed by 29 staff members. And there's a copy for you to put into the minutes. Also, there was an email that went to the Board of Trustees from contractor and newsletter editor Mary Gillis, and I did respond to that, and I had a couple of attachments that were not included in my correspondence. Okay, thank you. So Mary Gillis sent an email to the board, and yes, I did write this up, just like some other trustees read their own agenda items or what they need to say. Referencing the workplace violence content from a workshop she attended through the MTA presented by Dr. Kenneth Wolf. This was one of the 3 sessions in a series provided by my OSHA, and the MTA announced the training in the newsletter. So it was not MTA that provided these classes. Last December, I attended the active shooter training with Dr. Kenneth Wolf and reported my attendance and experiences to the board as noted in the December 9th, 2025 supervisor report. I'm very familiar. My best friend, her brother-in-law was murdered in Royal Oak Post Office. That was particularly hard for me to sit through that active shooter training, but I chose to do that because I want to be prepared just in case. And I expect everybody else to. I really find it offensive that I have been put on the same level as the person that murdered my best friend's brother-in-law. Anyways, in her letter, Mary included a list of so-called red flags, which she characterized as precursors to violence. The list was minimal and selectively presented, creating a particular narrative. I have copies of Dr. Wolf's and Marilyn Knight, MSW's full publication, Assessment, Management, and Prevention of Workplace Violence for reference, and I made copies for everyone. He is an expert in the field. Mary stated the presenter, Dr. Kenneth Wolf, identified a number of red flags behaviors that, as I just said, she then proceeded to characterize the situation as meeting those criteria, even though she was not present for what happened, despite the underlying issues appearing to stem from raised voices on both sides while focusing only on one party. In Dr. Wolf's publication, he stated, and it's in here, no one can predict human behavior and there is no specific profile of a potentially dangerous individual. Correlation does not equal causation. Mary also includes Dr. Wolf's email address and phone number in her correspondence. So yesterday, May 11th at 5:01 p.m., I contacted Dr. Wolf and spoke with him for 37 minutes. During that conversation, I shared Mary's email, my response and supporting attachments, and Kathleen Brandt's workplace violence policy for his review. So here are the notes from my conversation with Dr. Wolf. I shared with him the ongoing harassment, allegations, slander, and defamation that I and several staff members have endured over the past 18 months. I explained that the township has lost 11 staff members, elected officials, and appointed officials during this period, and that the township hall staff have since formed a union. I also shared that a member of the public, along with Mary Gillis, has made statements to the public alleging that I am violent, a dangerous woman, and that I want a gun. That I have behaved inappropriately with a department head, which I meant when I read that, I was like, oh, I had an affair with a department head? Where did that come from? This is all written down, that I am mentally ill, among other accusations. This was shared in the public.
Who wrote it?
Additionally, I described the bullying and harassment I have experienced from members of the board, including the spreading of false rumors, being called names and flipped off during board meetings, attempts to ban me from Township Hall, the reducing of my salary while board members approve salary increases for themselves. The workplace violence policy is on the May 12th agenda, introduced by a trustee who has a documented history of harassing others, calling people names, and accosting committee members and staff when dissatisfied with something they have said or done. Dr. Wolf stated that the township does not need another policy because in his opinion, it would not be followed through and the township's issues are much deeper. He stated that the township attorney and human resources should be involved in addressing these underlying issues. I responded that the township attorneys have attempted to address the situation over and over again in different ways, but that HR is part of the problem. Dr. Wolf described the situation within the township as both internally and collectively difficult. He stated that the environment has become toxic due to the absence of fact-finding and accountability, which is damaging the integrity, reputation, and overall ability of the township to function effectively. He stated that there should be a system in place to properly assess allegations involving all parties. He emphasized the need for appropriate decorum in order for the township to operate effectively and expressed concern that misconceptions and misunderstandings are negatively impacting the township's ability to serve the public. Dr. Wolf further stated that the township needs an independent assessment of the situation and culture and a responsible quarterback to help guide the township out of the current toxic environment. He expressed concern regarding the treatment of staff, including harassment, intimidation, false allegations, slander, and defamation stemming from dysfunction within the board. He warned that the situation presents significant liability concerns and could result in litigation, including discrimination, harassment, or civil rights claims brought by staff members. He stated that the current situation must stop because the township's needs are not being met. Finally, he recommended contacting the township's insurance carrier to determine whether the township would be defended in the event of a discrimination, harassment, or civil rights lawsuit brought by a staff member or a previous staff member. He also suggested the township attorneys develop an action plan to reduce liability exposure and to address the ongoing toxic environment. So I did reach out, and I can show you my phone, his number, and how long we spoke. He was lovely. He was a lovely man, and he understood. He teaches workplace violence, active shooter training, and he was saying that we don't need that. We need a third party, which we have been trying to implement for a couple months now. So that's where I am from. I am not saying that a workplace violence prevention policy is positive or negative. I just have, going by what Dr. Wolf has said and what I have said all along, that I have been in favor of a third outside investigation assessment. But I do take offense to being targeted, that I am the problem of harassment and intimidation when others have been guilty of it and nobody has held them accountable. So that's all I'm saying right now. Clerk Flintoff.
Well, I am going to say that a workplace violence prevention policy is positive, and I want to go on the record saying that. I think it's something that applies to all elected officials and staff. I hear that you're upset about a lot of things, Jillian, but this is not about you.
It is.
And I have been disturbed, and giggle away, Rob, but I have been disturbed in terms of the lack of care that has been shown to the person. Anybody who's reporting an incident should be protected. Okay, that's part of why I don't think any employee incident should be talked about in public like this. I also want to say, Jillian, I think it's inappropriate for you as an employer to ask staff, even if you invite them, to sign a letter like that. It's an inappropriate use of your power as an employer. I want to say this policy is something we probably should have implemented a long time ago. I want to thank Kathleen for her work on it. I want to thank Bill Thacker, Mariah, Aurora, David, sounds like you reviewed it as well, for your review of it. But I agree. I mean, intimidating, bullying, verbally abusive, any of this, it's not okay for anybody to do that. It's just not okay in the workplace. And I know that there's other issues we need to address, but I would hope that all 7 people on this board could start with the position of having a zero tolerance standard for that. I also want to say that we need to protect our staff from retaliation when they make good faith complaints. And I would say that the spreading around of what happened, didn't happen, hearing from community members about what happened, I mean, it's too much. We really got to think about the person who, whatever it is, whatever the disposition of the complaint is, when they make a good faith complaint, we need to protect that information. And it's not about the person or persons who allegedly did any harm in any circumstance. It's about the person who was allegedly harmed. And it's about acting to protect them. And so that's what I like about this protocol. I like that there's education. I like that there's ways that we can all learn more about how to protect and contribute to a more peaceful workplace. So I support this with the suggestions that John had. Thank you.
I almost wish we could wait until after human energy is done with their thing to discuss this, because I think that company will uncover or reveal underlying or appropriate issues. Although I must say, I'm almost embarrassed that we have this. I mean, I support it. I mean, Kathleen and I supported it, and I felt very uncomfortable having to do this because this shouldn't be necessary. This should be an ordinary way of conducting business in a polite, non-aggressive, non-harassing method. I mean, so the fact that that we feel we need to do this is uncomfortable for me. I understand, like I said, this should go without saying. This policy should go without saying, and we shouldn't have to have it. But I don't know that we did. That human energy is going to solve all our problems, but I think they will help us and guide us and get us going on the right way. Whether or not this passes tonight, I don't know. I do support it. I hate the use of the word violence. I'm Kathleen. I'm sorry. I support it, but I just don't like the use of the word violence. Harassment, aggressive, bullying, but
aggression,
bullying.
I didn't come up with the title. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. But so I'm done.
Why don't we wait until we have the report from Human Energy? And I thought he was done. I'm sorry.
See, why don't we wait? Well, it's going to be a couple months.
Yes, it would be. But if we are all in agreement that yelling has no place in the workplace and shouting, could we pass something temporarily saying that and further determination on the policy after we've had a more thorough review of the culture here and some of the underlying dynamics, which is going to occur with this outside consultant? And I really believe that some of the behavior that we've seen, not just with Jillian, with some others, is a function of the dysfunction going on here at the township. It's symptomatic. And we really need an in-depth evaluation here.
It's not an excuse.
I never said it was an excuse.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I never said it was an excuse, and I don't appreciate it when you mischaracterize what I said. In fact, I had said there is no place for the yelling and screaming. That is what I said. I mean, I agree with that. But I don't think it was violence. And even when you factor in one's varying subjective determination of violence, like 10 different people, I don't think it was violence. So I think that the title doesn't capture the essence of what's going on.
The fact that the policy, there's two things here. There's a policy and there's a form. And they're related. But currently we have no policy. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. We all have a policy. It's built into our brain. I mean, we've been brought up that way, that we all have that policy internal. Some folks' policies are different than others, but we don't have an actual form for reporting these issues. So, or do we? I don't know. We don't. So
we have a currently existing employee handbook that gives some guidance. And one of the questions that I actually was going to ask Kathleen, and I forgot, was what does this give us that our current employee handbook doesn't cover?
Okay, this is first of all, this is a mandated policy by OSHA. It's clearly defined on what the requirements are. Conduct risk assessments, implement a written prevention policy, train employees. keep incident logs and conduct investigations, create a culture of safety. So this is mandated by OSHA. I'm really stymied by somebody taking a position, let's not do this. I don't understand. In the conflation of the title for events, when it's clearly defined that there are levels. And so all we're doing is a policy that puts in place how to conduct risks, how to implement a policy, which this does, how to train employees, how to keep logs, and therefore it creates a culture of safety. So I really don't understand a trustee that would argue against this.
So are you saying this is present anyway? This is mandated by OSHA?
Yes, it's mandated by OSHA, which is in the background, that we have the policy. It's simply a policy, okay? Excuse me, it is simply a policy. I purposely said I do not want to talk about individuals. I don't want to talk about incidents. How can you be against a policy that is for all of us? And we do have policy language that says elected officials are employees. Appreciate what John said, that, you know, the enforcement may be different for elected officials, but it's still a policy calling for documentation, investigation. It's a fair policy.
Have you reviewed Ann Arbor's policy?
Kathy, I took this from OSHA. I give you a document, a recommendation from the National Law Review. I give you a policy that's been fully vetted by our employment attorney. So we have never had this before. I don't know what Ann Arbor has. That's immaterial to me. If they're out of compliance, that's on them. But how can, you know, does Saline have it? Does Sylvan Township have it? I don't know. But they should have it in some form or fashion. This just happens to be a comprehensive policy. It starts when we approve it. Why would you wait for, it makes no sense to me to say, well, let's wait for 3 or 4 months, which if you look at the time frame from Human Energy, that's the time frame. We're out of compliance. Let's just make ourselves in compliance. Doesn't mean anything happens tomorrow, that any incidents are reported. It's just a mechanism.
Did Bill Thacker say we were out of compliance?
So, Kathy, it seems to me that you are opposed to this policy.
Well, I have questions. Just because
so
I might have questions.
To the policy, maybe we should just vote.
Better use this form.
So,
I do have questions.
If Bill Thacker, you know, he's the expert. I don't have to ask him, gee, did you consider this? Did you consider that? He's the expert.
Now I'm asking you, did he say we are out of compliance? You
I
just
didn't ask him that question.
You just said we were out of compliance.
We are out of compliance. We are absolutely out of compliance because we don't have these things. We don't have a training mechanism. We don't have risk assessment. We don't have a log. So if you want to table this until I go and ask Bill Thacker, are we out of compliance? It's simply a policy.
I would like more information. And you seem unwilling to respond to any basic questions that I might ask you. And it makes it hard then to have a discussion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the workplace violence prevention policy as.
And I will
at the table.
second it. I will second that.
More discussion then. Trustee Riser?
Thank you. I had suggested some friendly amendments.
Yes, as amended at the table
You
by
answer those?
Riser, yes, related to the title,
Yeah.
related to the provision regarding weapons being consistent
I
with
pictured that.
state law. And the third was on the form, the box clarifying its director/supervisor/manager.
And the fifth one was that I'm immune from all complaints. Just kidding.
Rejected.
So trying to introduce some levity, folks. So I'm going to support this policy. How can an elected not support a policy that protects employees by addressing violence in the workplace? It's like, how can you vote against that? Whether it's tonight or after we get the comprehensive culture assessment, which would give us data that might help form a better policy. So I'd be open to postponing this until that report came in, but that might not be the case. If it has to be tonight, then we vote on this. But I worry that it's going to be weaponized.
Mm-hmm.
How many at this table have said something imprudent that they could be the subject of something that someone regards as hostile or bullying or intimidating? And if that's the case, so be it. But I guess what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Careful what you ask for, because if I say, I'm not even looking at Militia and Murphy because I don't want them to file a complaint tomorrow. But I guess I jest, but what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And I also don't know if human resources should be the right party to investigate a complaint against an elected. That's what the policy sets forth, but I think complaints against us, I'm not saying we should be immune. I'm just saying that the remedies, I don't know what the remedies are when I act up, but what the remedy and how it gets, I don't want Aurora investigating me when I say something wrong to Chris Chang. Maybe that's the appropriate way to do, or I don't know what she can do when I say something untoward towards Chris Chang. But that's just by way of example. But you know, philosophically, a policy that condemns workplace violence is a no-brainer. But the devil's in the details and how it gets effectual. That's my concern. I yield the floor.
Treasurer Yeagle, do you have anything more to say?
I really think we should vote on this at this point and see where the vote lies. I support this for all the reasons I stated before. For all my colleagues asking about what the city of Ann Arbor does, they do have a policy. It also doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but it doesn't matter that they have one, which is good and important to them. Maybe we can learn something and revise our policy later. But I think this is a start. And just like a lot of our policies, just as I mentioned earlier tonight, our investment policy and other policies, we revised and updated as we grow as an organization, as the organization, changes as time goes on. So I think this is the start. I think we take some of the feedback from Human Energy, who still needs a new name. And we adapt and we move forward. Thanks.
Well, I will be in support of this in the future, but I think this is half-baked. When it was on the agenda, I contacted the township attorney and our employment attorney asking if they had reviewed this, and they said no. So I sent it over and they decided to bring in, because it's not my agenda item, it was Trustee Brandt's. And yes, this is targeted. We don't want to talk about a certain person, but, or people. It is right here on the background. We have the assessment company to come in, and they may give us a lot of different insights and feedback, and that, they may want to include, look at this policy and say, the proposed policy and say, oh, well, this needs to be worded differently, this needs to be added, or whatnot, along with other possible policies. But the problem with this policy is that it's about training and whatnot. Who's going to train? I mean, here's a policy, it says to be trained, but who's going to train? Is there a plan for, I'm speaking. Is there a plan for that? I'm speaking. So here's another policy, just like Dr. Wolf had said, that we really, in the future, and he even stated that in the future, after we have our assessments and whatnot, he would be more than happy to help create a workplace policy, or maybe not called violence, but something to that effect. And, we do need a reporting form, because there was a previous staff member that was harassed by a township board member, and he asked me to go to HR, and he shared what happened to him and what was consistently happening to him. And HR said, she's an elected official, there's nothing we can do. And he went again on his own when it continued, and he was told the same thing. So there's just a lot of things that have to be worked out before this is implemented. And I don't want to see a half-assed policy implemented without a plan. So everybody's had 2 times. Some people have had more than once. Are we ready to take this to vote?
I'd like a roll call.
Sure.
I just want to make one more comment.
Okay.
I do support this to an extent, but I want more information from the assessment that the organization is going to get. So I will probably be voting no, and not because I disagree with it. I basically do agree with it, but the way it's been done, as people have said, it started out, it was half-baked, and it's better now, but it could be better still, and I would like to have more time with it and more input from professionals. If this is the norm out there, okay, that's fine, then, but I won't be voting in favor of it tonight.
All right, we have a motion by Flintoff, support by Brandt, to approve the Township of Scio Workplace Violence Prevention and Conduct Policy as amended at the table tonight. Brandt?
Yes.
Noel?
No.
Reed?
Yes.
Reiser?
Yeah.
Carrie?
No.
Gapel?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Motion passes 5-2.
Okay, moving on to K4. Yep.
Wait. What is
K4
part of the
is
record?
Scio Township Board of
Excuse me.
Trustees,
Point of
COA.
order. What is part of the record?
Oh,
Hand it out. Did she hand one down to you?
yes. Everybody has a copy of this. This is about harassment from a trustee to a previous, or she wasn't. Anyways, this is part of it.
As part of the record.
Yes, sure.
Okay,
Okay.
let me comment on this. This is exactly why prior employees should not have confidentiality, because this is filled with lies. Of course it is, but thank you for finding it. It will be part of the record, but I think it really proves the point that some prior employees, this one in particular, and the person that found this, are not credible.
Well, I was there, and actually there was more that happened that you said to that person that you, so.
Point of order, this is.
Yeah, okay, so let's go with ZOA number 2026-25, Renewable Energy Text Amendment. And this was prepared by Laura Krebs, but Trustee Noel, you were the one that pulled it from. Oh, I'm sorry. oh, I'm sorry, David. Wait. So the other one we tabled. That's right. I'm sorry. Yeah. Trustee Reed.
I wanted to take this off consent because I wanted to comment on it. I read this and this smacks of Washington. This smacks of the handcuffing of ability to use renewable energy. This policy is so detailed, so restrictive. I think certainly a homeowner. I mean, I know these are aimed at commercial users, but it's only one step that's going to be aimed at homeowners. And we know that Washington has de-emphasized renewable energy, and this policy, in my mind, de-emphasizes it, makes it so restrictive that developers are not going to want to use it. And it's curious that solar and wind have different restrictions, and Schedule A has less restrictions than Schedule B. It just makes no sense. And what makes no sense also is that they want to have ground. Well, the details are whoever wrote this has no idea what it's like to have a ground-mounted solar panel. So I think this is no offense to our planning commission. I know they did. I suspect this was given to you by. I suspect this was given to you by Lansing. You probably
No. No, the initial one was provided by Carla Wortman. There was consideration that one property came before the ZBA and they were denied based on setbacks. So we couldn't change the setbacks because it had already been adjudicated by the ZBA. And so this was trying to be as flexible.
Setbacks.
Okay.
Seeing and screening and putting through a photo record before. They don't require a photo record for wind. They don't require a photo record for Schedule A, but you have to do a photo record for solar, but not wind. I'm sorry, no wind. Wind you do have to do. It's just there's just so many little things that just. If I were a developer, I'm not going to do all of that. I'm going to use gas. I'm not going to use solar because it's just too restrictive. So if we're going to vote on this tonight, and I guess I'm not going to support this. But I may be the only one. As a solar user and experienced in using this and seeing the future that these restrictions are going to be placed on homeowners eventually.
Yeah, I'd just be curious to know more from David about is it something that you think could be reworked to get your concerns addressed?
Certainly we could rework it, but are we going to? It was my impression that this policy was in line with what was passed by the government. It's somewhere in this thing that read about the policy was put together and then it was signed by the governor and then we did this.
So, but I think the feedback from our consultant was that, okay, I just happen to be on the planning commission, but that's fine.
Treasurer Gable.
I might have some of the same information that Trustee Knoll does, which a lot of this is Public Act 233 of 2023. This ordinance is not aimed at least this particular ordinance amendment is not aimed at home solar installations. I guess we could work on some language to clarify or enshrine how home solar or residential zone solar works. In addition to this, maybe that would be the better way to handle it. But really, the reason this ordinance came up, and Trustee Knoll and Trustee Brandt might be able to confirm it, because we had overlap on the planning commission it took a while for this to all come out. was these large scale facilities. We were talking about losing local control earlier this evening on some of our zoning decisions, especially for size of lots, things like that. We lost local control on large scale solar facilities, wind facilities, and battery energy systems that are over certain sizes as set forth in statute. Now, and I didn't know that someone had come to the ZBA and had tried to build one of these facilities or bring it forward. They're unlikely here, not impossible, just unlikely because of our land cost, but they are possible here. So that was the thinking behind this. Maybe there's some policy work that we at the board or the planning commission and the board can do on residential solar to make it clear. This is what I think it makes it pretty clear in this ordinance, but my interpretation might be wrong of how these facilities, and it really says all renewable energy facilities with nameplate capacities at or above the thresholds defined in Public Act 233 of 2023 listed below shall use Schedule A. All other renewable energy facilities shall use Schedule B. It may be we need to say all other renewable energy facilities shall use Schedule B except those in the residential zoning district of something.
We read it. I was first very upset that I went back and read it. This is for commercial.
Yes.
Specifically for people who are generating electricity.
As a business.
On-site.
Correct.
This is clearly commercial.
Correct.
But the next step will be for residential.
Yep. And I would.
But the inconsistencies between the solar and wind, Schedule A, Schedule B, there just doesn't seem to be any logic. Why do you need fencing and screening for solar, but no fencing and screening for wind? That makes no sense.
Wait till I get down to trustee roll.
Thank you.
Okay, so the issue that came before the ZBA had to do with the location and placement of the solar array on the property. And the parcel in question was a triangular parcel. It had a very irregular shape. The Water Resources said that the solar array, which the residents wanted to place on the ground, not on the roof of the house, could not be placed in a wide area in the backyard, the most ideal area that got a lot of sun, because it was the septic drain field area. So where they could place it on this lot was very limited. And that was the issue in front of the ZBA, slightly different than what you guys are talking about. That's why I think this eventually came to us, but it was, we were hoping to make it easier.
Oh, I can't read what it says all the way back there. Is that Laura? I'm sorry that we made Laura wait 4.5 hours at the summer. I'm so sorry.
Hi, everybody.
Sorry, I didn't see your hand till now. We're like talking about you.
Yeah, well, I waited this whole meeting to talk about this, so
I'm sorry.
glad that you saw my hand. So that's okay. So this ordinance, I think that you've established is for commercial, large-scale wind, solar, and energy battery storage.
Mm-hmm.
You currently only have a wind ordinance. You don't have a commercial wind ordinance. You don't have a commercial solar ordinance. You don't have a commercial battery energy storage. So this ordinance would repeal the wind energy portion you currently have and replace it with renewable energy for all three. You probably don't remember that we already addressed the residential component in a previous text amendment, because as we were doing this, we didn't want to hold up the accessory building modification that we did. I couldn't look it up. I don't remember exactly when, but it was probably a year ago. We did a text amendment that talks about solar as part of an accessory building for residential structures. Roof solar is always, it's a zoning compliance, it's administratively approved, no problem. And then we also added, in the accessory structure, I was just finding it here. Building mounted and ground mounted solar energy collectors, which are not part of a commercial or principal use solar energy system, are considered accessory structures / uses and shall meet the accessory building requirements outlined in this section. So if you are a residential homeowner and you want a ground mounted storage, or I'm sorry, a solar ground mounted solar array, you would submit for a zoning compliance, and I would make sure it meets the same standards that a barn or a garage or a carport or something of that nature meets. It's really, that's how we've always reviewed them. We just didn't have the language in that accessory building ordinance previously. So there's really two separate things. What is before you is the commercial component. We already took care of the residential component based on the ZBA. And so, the zoning, the planning commission is doing a great job trying to get these things up to date. The only other thing, we kind of sat on this for a while because we were waiting to see what would happen with the CREO under the state law. I just saw that earlier this week, I guess last week or late last week, the Court of Appeals had a new decision on an interpretation that basically said, one of the major findings was that the MPSC interpretation on additional regulations that are added by local jurisdictions is a violation of the CREO. So, our ordinance has the Schedule A and the Schedule B, because Schedule A has the CREO language, and then Schedule B is additional restrictions. So if a developer were to come to us and say, we want to develop under Schedule A, that meets the CREO. And then if they want to meet our additional restrictions, that's their option. And then they could develop under Schedule B, the Schedule B more restrictive. So that's why it was built that way. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
Trustee Reed or Riser? You have anything?
No, I know the planning commission spent a lot of time on this. They work with Carlisle, working on this. I'm going to yield my time to planning commissioner Grant, who likely has a lot more on this.
Actually, I'm humbled in not having adequate knowledge on this. Treasurer Yapel is much better versed, and of course, Laura Krebs is much better versed in explaining this. So I really don't want to explain it because I think I was wrong. So sorry, John.
But Laura, don't we? We need to fill a void. Otherwise, it's left to the state to do this. So we're trying to regulate what we can regulate, given what the state would otherwise allow. Is that correct?
Correct. And currently you don't have any solar or any battery storage at all, language. So we have to do that for a large scale.
So Laura, what about David's question about why the inconsistency, the different requirements for wind versus solar?
Well, I mean, they're different. I mean, not to be flippant, but, to provide screening for ground mounted solar, I mean, that's feasible through fencing and tree, ground cover and evergreen trees. Wind, they're 150 to 200 feet tall. I mean, it's impossible to screen. I mean, there might be, I guess we could think about ways that we might want to do that, but I mean, we're using kind of industry and local, this is a common ordinance. I don't want to say boilerplate because it's not. I mean, we did make it our own, but we used the same type of language and the same type of template that Carlisle Wortman was using for a number of our clients. So, I mean, this is pretty typical language that you have here.
Do you have any?
Laura, I think I need to come in and sit down and talk with you about some of my questions. But one of the things I find odd is that if we want to screen solar and the maximum height of solar can be 25 feet, that means we need a tree that's 25 feet tall if you actually want to screen it, which will, even at 150 feet away in the wintertime, will cast a 400-foot shadow, which will put the solar panels in shade. So there's just some clarification that I need to talk to you about when you say screening, what does the screening mean? Does it mean complete invisibility or just, so, but I will go ahead and vote for this tonight, but I think I need to meet with you and maybe we can make some adjustments to this and come back with amendments later, or maybe you can explain it to me why they are the way it is.
Sure. Trustee Riser, please.
You can't screen at 25 feet.
Here.
Please start. No, I have nothing more to say.
No, that wasn't it. It's.
I know. You're telling me to get off that call.
Yeah. Okay. Is there, sir?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance as approached, the ZOA number 2026-25 renewable energy tax amendment as proposed.
I'll support. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Could you do a roll call vote for that, please? Unless, are you calling it 7-0?
Yeah, I heard.
Okay.
That's right. Unless,
That's
what did you say? Did you say
I said
that? Okay. It passes 7-0.
Okay, just at the list of names.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, if we can't follow our rules of order, how do we expect to follow any other policy? Okay, we are now to public comments.
Are we done?
Public comments, and then we'll be done.
Well, I'm not done. I mean, all our action items are done.
Oh, everything, yeah. So this is the time for members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. And of course, we begin with anyone present. Hello. Oh, like the flowers.
Anything. I would like to call attention that 3 board members were on their cell phones frequently during this board meeting. Some more than others. And I know that that's not allowed or has been agreed that that doesn't happen. So I just think that's highly inappropriate. Just letting you all know. Can we just remove this stupid prop if it's not even going to work? And when are we going to get a microphone? I mean, I could go to freaking Radio Shack and probably buy one that and get it somehow. I mean, I don't understand when you get people who are soft spoken at this table can't hear in the back. So really, come on, guys. Okay, regarding Michael Blackburn's email to the Board of Trustees in the packet. Shame on some of you, especially Clerk Flintoff and others that agreed with her in the removal of Mike's name from the agenda at the last Board of Trustees meeting without any explanation. Now what? More recruitment fees, OHM fees? Forgive me if I'm doubtful that this board that takes much too long to make any decision will draw out that hire for potentially months, citing very long windows to hire Nikki, Nathaniel, etc. Second, violence policy. Thank you, Trustee Knoll. I really do appreciate your comments. And as I recall, a code of conduct policy, which covered all of the things that Trustee Riser were talking about, was passed a couple months ago. There was a code of conduct policy brought on by Trustee Yapple, by Treasurer Yapple, and it was passed. And that was talked about a lot of the things that you're talking about being civil and polite and that kind of thing. So Trustee Ryder, I think that there's already something in place for that. So regarding the resident letters about the argument that turned into violence, what was an argument between two people is now being characterized as violence. Their response is to hearsay evidence. Now, one of the writers of the letters witnessed this argument, not me, and certainly not the instigator of the letter campaign. To create a tin can telephone forest fire over an incident not witnessed by them, I just don't think that that's very seemly behavior for a candidate. I would also like to point out that there have been others included in the tin can group that have slammed doors, yelled loud enough to be heard throughout town hall. Why didn't this motion come up then? Why is it only the supervisor that gets targeted over and over? I have not seen one of you take any responsibility for the toxic culture. You do all continually point the finger outward and in one direction towards the supervisor. And you think we don't notice this? We do. Or do you think that we're just rabble, as we were once called? The violence workplace policy does not address the real problem at town hall, the monumental tension here. The action is like putting a Band-Aid on a gusher. You ignore the employee attrition, pleas from the staff, and yet have all the energy in the world to slam the supervisor. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline.
Hi.
Good evening. Just stay on. Mark Altamari, Silent candidate for trustee in the August election. We voted on this policy, this violence. I won't use the word violence, but the violence in the workplace policy. I think in part, I don't know how many of you voted on it because Trustee Brandt asserted that it's an OSHA mandate. I'm on OSHA.org right now, the OSHA website. There's a big question right here on OSHA's website. Does OSHA require a workplace violence policy? While OSHA does not explicitly require employers to have a workplace violence policy, it does enforce a general duty clause of the OSHA Act of 1970. Under this clause, employers are obligated to provide a work environment that is free from recognized hazards that are causing or likely to cause death or serious physical harm. This includes the risk of workplace violence. Key points: no specific regulation. OSHA does not mandate a standalone workplace violence policy. I don't know how many of you were influenced by that, but that's an incorrect statement. Unless you have another statute or another website on OSHA that says they do, or you can explain to me where you got the information, because I know you're highly researched. You do your homework, but I'd like to know where you got that. I'd like to know what OSHA mandate that came from. There's, according to the website, and I'm no expert, I just looked at the website, it doesn't exist. Enough on that. I find this is more of amusement to me, because I was involved in the change in the indemnification policy when they were switching, when you all were switching it from shall pay to may pay. And this had to do with reimbursement of